Gravity ITR. You have now in your hands a powerful tool that allows you to create your own invisible thread routines, since it's a very versatile prop with so many ways to use and attach to you or inside an object, as you will see in just a moment. This ITR is to me personally a dream come true. This is really the real of my dreams, and it took us over 1 year in prototypes, since the molds for some parts are very complex. We went through over literally dozens of design modifications until we achieved the final result. With the Gravity ITR, the fact that you have two motors, it's great, because you can have a giant hoop of thread at your disposal, which comes very handy for several effects that you will learn. If you don't want to use the big hoop system, you also have a spare motor ready to use in case of any thread breakage. With this project, you will learn 20 incredible routines using cards, rings, glasses, a pencil, rubber bands, coins, notes, corks, lighters, and even a bell. There is literally, in my opinion, something for everyone. And we divided the explanation of this project in 3 different sections: easy, intermediate, and advanced. Most explanations will be made using a piece of red wool, and then Tom will explain you with real invisible thread, so you can really see that the effects that we teach you are not some kind of pipe dreams. Please start easy and slow. Invisible thread is not easy. But I mean, like every good effect, you really need to practice. It's very important. Yes, it's true, eventually it will happen, the thread will break. But do you remember when you first tried riding a bicycle? You probably could not balance on it, or even make a double lift with the cards to make it look natural. It's the same with invisible thread. To master invisible thread like Tom Wright does takes a lot of work. Tom now rarely breaks the thread, but at the beginning, of course, it's perfectly normal, he broke the thread a lot. I honestly think that most of the effects that you will learn are true miracles to the spectators. I honestly think so. It's very important that you invest your time and practice in order to master these miracles. Like everything in life, the secret to success is to never give up. It's very important. I really hope you enjoyed the ride. Gravity ITR. Besides the box, of course, which contains your remote control, which we'll go in further detail in just a moment, and your reel. Okay, I'm going to explain in just a moment everything you need to know. You also received one warranty code. It's very important that you do not lose it. Please keep this inside the box at all times. It's important. And you also received this package with several extras. I'm going to tell exactly what they are. These are some tweezers, which come in handy in the preparation of the thread, removing one of the spools, and I'm going to tell in just a moment. You also got this small X-Acto knife, like so, which has a little knife with a little spring inside. You have the 2 spools, which we have very precise measurements, okay? Very precise measurements to fit in the shaft of the motor. You also got gravity tag. This will last for several dozens of performances. You also received gravity thread, 15 meters of gravity thread. This comes ready to use because it's pre-stripped for you. This is 1 monofilament and this was custom made for us. It's the very best invisible thread in our opinion. There is also a USB connector. So if you need to charge the remote, the reel, this is where you need to plug to your PC or to an outlet. And you got this sticker which has little balls, as you can notice, some little stickers. This is for the preparation of the thread. And finally, inside, these stickers, okay? I'm going to explain exactly what these stickers are for. You will see in the video in just a few moments. And this is all the material that you received with your Gravity ITR. The remote and the reel. I'm going to explain you what the buttons are. Before I not go into a lot of detail into the programming or anything like that, I'll go into that in just a moment. For now, I just want to explain you what the buttons are, okay? So let's start with the reel. First of all, let me tell you that you can see these numbers over here, number 1 and number 2, and in the other side, the 2 and the 1. And you might ask why there are numbers here. It's very easy. When you are performing, and in some more complex routines, when you are trying and testing everything, when you place the reel, it's very easy to forget which motor is which. So you can have the remote in your hand and you don't know, because of the way you placed your reel, you don't know which motor is a number 1 or which motor is a number 2. Okay, so by looking at a glance, you know that there is the motor 1 and there is the motor 2, and of course that if you turn it the other way around, you will see the exactly opposite, number 2 and motor 1. Okay. So now it's important to tell you that in this reel has magnets inside, in either side. I'm going to grab this so you can see, okay? So it has built-in magnets exactly under the numbers. They are square magnets, and in this side and in the other side as well, okay? Like this, so you can attach it anywhere. Let's go with this. So there is the switch, which is on or off. Of course, that if you push it to the side, it will turn automatically on. You will see also next to it a USB port. You need to connect the USB connector that you received to the reel and then to a computer or an outlet in order to charge it. Then there is the low battery indication. Once the battery is starting to die, you will see that there will appear a red LED. And then next to the low battery, there is the link, which means a LED to say if it's connected to the remote or not. In this case, the LED is blinking, which means that it's not connected, okay? Then in this side, you will see that there is a green button over here, and there is also in the other side another green button, okay? These will have different functions that I'm going to explain in just a moment. So they are push buttons. Over here at the side, you will see a switch. This switch has 3 different positions, okay? Number 1 right there, another in the middle, and you can push it one more time. What this is are the programs, because the Gravity ITR allows you to pre-record up to 3 different programs, okay? So you can record one program like this for one routine. If you want to record a second routine, you just need to push the switch to the middle and then a little bit more to the side, and you can record a 3rd program, okay? So this is very cool, because that way, once you record one, you don't want to delete that one, because some programs can take you a long time to make it perfect. This way, it's reassuring to the magician that you have different programs, okay? Once you remove this lid, so here are the shafts of the motors. So this is about the reel, okay? It also has magnets. You push like this and it closes just like so. And you'll notice that it has a U-shape design over here This is very, very important because if you use the hoop system, the hoop method of Surya, you can very easily place your thumb and have the hoop instantly, just like so. Okay, so these are the buttons and their function for the reel. Now let's go into the remote control. So in the remote, let's start with this front panel. You'll see a little slider, which comes from 1 to number 8. This is the power of the motors, the speed, if you will, okay? This is, of course, motor 1, motor 2, which has these little buttons, round buttons. In the middle is the vibrator, which is a square button. And then over here, it says play, rec, or live. Of course, are operated with this switch right here, which also has 3 different positions. So if you want to play rec or live, of course you need to move the switch. It also has a low battery indicator. Once again, once the LED turns red, it means that's the time to charge your remote. And also the on and off switch right here at the side. And of course the USB connector, once again, of course, to charge your remote. And also over here at the side, you will see a small piece. This is for the toe switch. If you want the toe switch, you can either start a program or you can operate one of the motors live. So that's exactly why this connector is for. So then if you have the toe switch, you can have a longer cable with a little switch at the side that you can operate with your foot. So I'm going to turn it on like this. And as you can see, because now I just turned my remote on, the blue LED that, if you remember correctly, in the remote it was blinking, now it's fixed. But we're going to further detail in just a moment. I just wanted to tell you these are all the buttons and all of the little things about the remote control and the reel. So now let's take a look at where to place your reel. One of the things that we can do is to disguise it in place. So for example, one idea that I had was to place with Tom was to place inside of a wallet. So for example, if you take a small wallet like this and you place it just like this, normally people, I don't think, will see it, but what you can do is to grab a bill and place it a little bit like this and fold it up. So like this can be ready to use and it will not be seen because the thread will of course pass through the bottom. So you can have it like this on the table, and some of the effects that we are going to teach you, you can remove some objects from there, like a coin or a bill, something like that, to justify using the wallet. So it's very nice. So I'm going to show you a trick. I'm going to use, and you have it ready, so you can grab it and that's it. Another place where you can actually hide the reel is in your top pocket, as you will see, as some of the tricks that Tom will teach you. You can actually place it on top like this. And if you want, you can place a little bit something like a deck of cards, so it lifts a little bit. So what happens is that once you have it, once you grab a pencil or a bill, at the same time, as you will see further in the explanation, you grab the thread with the object. So it's a very natural motion of going into the pocket. Another place where you can actually place your reel is in your belt. So if you have it like this, you can simply use like so, like this, so you have it in your belt. Of course, you must be very careful to do not let it fall. So you can have it like this, and since it's all black, no one will really see it. Another place, naturally, the front pockets of your trousers. So you can place it in either pocket. So when you go to grab, you can grab the thread when you're going to grab for an object, or you can relax when you go to your hand to the side, you grab the beauty or the hoop, depending of course on the routines that you are going to perform. So another place, it's of course a card case. So for that, what I suggest to do, if you if you go with the card case method, is to simply grab a pair of scissors and cut these little wings here at the side. Okay, so that the thread does not get stuck in there. Also, this part, which is round, cut it just a tiny bit, okay? And then, because then what does happen is that you need to place this part together. You can use a little bit of gravity tape if you want, or a little bit of double-sided tape. It's totally up to you, but for now, for explanation purposes, I'm going to place the tack right here, which holds exactly this like so. So then you can fold it, and like this, it's exactly where the thread is going through, right through the inside. I suggest if you use this method, as you can see, there are still these little things here at the side of the card case. What I suggest you to do is to grab some tape, it can be transparent tape or white, and cover them so that the thread does not get caught in those little slits right there. So then you can place your reel inside like this, and no one will of course see. It's perfectly natural. For most effects, if you don't use the reel to push a lot, you can simply leave it like this, or if you want, you can just grab any two magnets, place them right here, because as you know, the reel has magnets and it will stick to the card case. So these are some of the options where you can hide your reel. Now I'm going to explain you the ITR mode. For now, we don't need the remote, we only use the reel, okay? So now I don't have any thread, I just want to explain you what is the ITR mode. The ITR mode basically is when you have both motors operating, okay? So both motors work at a very, very low tension. So what does that mean? It means that once you have the thread, you can pull the thread with a little bit of gravity tack, and when you let it go, it will slowly retract into. Basically, it's just a little bit of tension into the reel. That's it, okay? So how do you operate that? So it's very easy. You turn the reel on by pushing, of course, the switch like this to the side, and then you will notice that you have over here a green button in one side and another green button in the other side. What you are going to do is press both buttons for 5 seconds, and then it will go into ITR mode. Probably because there are no thread and there is no tension in the motors, you might hear a little bit of noise, but when you have the thread and they are working, they are 100% silent. So I'm going to push for 5 seconds, and that's it. So both motors are working at a very, very low tension, just enough to pull the thread. I'm going to place now a little bit of spool, a little spool with thread, so you can see exactly what I mean by this. But in essence, now, if you notice, in ITR mode, you'll actually see my little ball of wax going into minimum tension, just like so. So this is exactly the ITR mode, and it works very, very well if you just want a little piece of thread without basically almost to no tension, just the thread stretched just a tiny bit. To the live mode. The live mode basically is where you operate the reel exactly as you want in real time, okay? You apply the force, the speed that you want to the motors, and you decide when they work or when they don't work. So let me turn my reel on, as you know, just by pushing it over here, and the same with the remote. I'm going to push like this, the switch, okay? So they are both linked, as you will see, and there is the live, okay? So basically, now once again you are going to hear the noise, but in operation, when there is thread in the spools, you won't hear absolutely anything. So I'm going to place the reel, and I'm going to speed a little, I'm going to place the speed a little bit more up, so basically that you can hear exactly the motors working. As you can see, the motors are working perfectly in real time. So I'm going right now to push it a little bit more to the maximum. So you'll see the noise of one motor, motor 1 now. And now the motor 2. Exactly like this. And also the vibration. It's a very low vibration, you can't probably hear it on camera, but if you push the vibration, you can hear exactly the remote. So basically, you can actually have the remote like this, and you can operate the reel with like this by operating with your thumb, the speed wheel, and each motor individually, as you are going to see in the routines. Of course, that you can also push the speed, and you will see the noise going up and down. Down, now up. Now down again. Okay, so that's it. And one great thing about this live mode is that I want you to see how precise this is. There is absolutely no delay at all. Okay, I'm going to push to the maximum so you can hear. So as soon as I push the button, the reel is actually working. So look. This works perfectly, okay? So this is the live mode when you want to operate the reel, like so. This part comes very handy if you want to use the reel to do most of the work for you. However, it's very important that you know exactly the conditions that you use. Otherwise, things could differ from the height of the table to the kind of surface that you are using. So it's very important because you need to practice a lot in case you decide to use the programming. So in order to go to the programming, I have my reel on, and I'm going, of course, to slide the switch to record. Like this, and you will see there is actually a red LED blinking. I'm going to push the speed up. Once again, the reel does not have any thread, the motors are not with any tension. That is why you will hear the noise. But it's good that you hear the noise because you'll notice that's exactly what we are going to record. Not only that, but actually you can not only record that, but the vibrations, which is amazing because when you do some key parts of your routine, you want to know when they happened, and it's very difficult when you are working professionally because you are concentrated on your presentation. You don't want to be counting like 25 seconds, so you are like afraid that the motor goes too soon or too later. Since you can cue yourself with the middle button, with the vibration, and you can record those vibrations, it makes the recording of your routines much, much easier. It really is very, very, very good. So now I just place the switch into the record. Now, in order to start the recording, you just need to press any of these buttons. So I'm going to push and then the record will start. I want you to hear the noise. Of course, the speed now is up because I wanted to hear the motors working, and I'm trying to record like a pattern, so you'll see that's exactly what you record. So I'm going to start a program. Perfect, I just started, and you know that because the LED just stopped blinking. So now I can operate, for example, motor 1. And now the motor 2. Perfect, now let's imagine that I don't want to record anymore. I slide the switch to the play. It's all the way to the left, and you will see that there is a green LED blinking. So once again, if I push any button, the first one, the middle one, or the third one, it will automatically start the program that we just did. I'm going to push, the LED will stop blinking, and the program will start. Perfect, we just recorded. Then at the end, when the program stops, your reel will actually vibrate to let you know that the program just stopped. So this is exactly how the recording works. There is more kind of advanced feature. I believe that Tom uses this that I'm going to explain at least in one of his routines, which is this. I'm going to explain you. So I'm going to turn my reel on. I'm going to into ITR mode, once again by pushing for 5 seconds. Okay, you will see, you can probably hear the motor spinning at very, very low speed, just enough to retract the thread. So what has happened now is that my remote is off. So let's imagine that you want the reel to be in ITR mode until a certain extent of your routine. But then you want, for example, to start a program, okay? What does happen as soon as you turn the remote on, it will automatically shut the ITR mode of your reel. Just like this. It's just that shut it off. So now I can start a program if I want. This comes very handy, and I think it might be useful in some of the creation of your routines. Before explaining how to thread the spools, you got these little stickers, as you can see. This is optional, because this is all black and the thread is black, even though the little spools are white. I decided to include these stickers. I'll explain you why, and I'm going to place them so you can see. Basically, you can place them so that these little parts are more visible when the thread is on top. So I'm going to do that now. So this one is to this side, so I'm going to grab the tweezers, like so, and it's exactly like this. Okay. Once again, this is optional. You don't really need to do it, but it's so that it's easier to see in the inside, just like this, and the other one in the other side. Like this. Right under the shaft, and then you press like this. Okay, just like this. Okay, so now I'm going to explain you how to actually place the thread inside. One thing that I must tell you, I'm going to explain for now with just this big spool and this big this red wool. It's that once you place the thread, I'm going to do like this so you can understand a little bit better, and when you place into the shaft of the motors, it's very, very important that the thread goes under the spool like this and not from the top, okay? It's important that it goes from the bottom, okay? So I'm going to explain how to thread it. It's very, very easy. So first, I'm going to grab the gravity thread and this little X-Acto knife. So you can see this white dot, you do a little cut so that you can have access to your thread, just like this. And I'm going to place it inside of a glass, just like this. So here is my little end of thread. This process is very, very fast, and as you will see now, of course, I'm doing this slowly so you will understand. So now you are going to grab one spool. It does not matter which side you place up, exactly the same. And you also have this little sheet with circular stickers. So what you are going to do for now is just to bend a little bit, and you are going to place one exactly at the tip of the X-Acto knife, just like this, okay? And then you are going to simply touch the thread very, very lightly, like this, just a tiny bit, that's it. And then you are going to place the spool with the thread, place your index finger, remove the X-Acto knife, and that's it. Very, very easy and very, very fast. So now, let's do this. You are going to do some turns. So you press just a tiny bit, and you are going to do some turns. Like 3 or 4 is more than enough. this, perfect. And then you are going to place it into the shaft. Like this. Like so. And you are going to place the reel. Oh, and by the way, in order to remove it, do not do it with the hand like I just did placing it, because it's more difficult and you can bend the shaft. So to remove it, make sure you use the tweezers and pinch like this outside part of the spool and remove it just like this, okay? It's very important, otherwise you can bend the shaft. So then basically what is going to happen is that with the help of your remote, you are going to wind the thread, okay? So what you have to do now is very simple. Turn it on and then turn on the remote, and then since it's the motor 2 that you are using, okay, you are going to push. I'm going to place this in live mode, of course, and I'm going to push the motor number 2. So for now, like this. And if you notice, the thread went exactly into the spool, just like this, okay? So also it's nice if you have like, place your fingers like this if you want to give a little bit of more pressure, but as you can see, the thread is already now inside of the spool. So now what you need to do is to simply grab a little bit of gravity tech, just do a little ball like this and place the thread around several turns like this. So there you have it. It's very, very easy. Now I may turn it to number 1 and then push number 2 again, and then it's exactly like so. I can place my lid just like this. And that's it. I have my little ball like this, and it's perfect. So as you can see, in just a few seconds, you can actually spool the thread exactly like so. It's something that does not take a really long time. There is just one last step that I suggest that you do before you start the performing, which is, if you notice, now in this case, what happened is that the thread around the spool is not very tight, okay? And this should be okay, but we want to make sure that there are no tangles. So now what you have to do, now I don't have a very long distance right here, but what you have to do is pull it and attach the ball of wax like so to the front, and then move back until you see that the thread is, you are running out of thread. So then what I do is that I have my remote in live mode, and then in this case I'm using motor 2. I'm going to push the motor 2 just to make sure that actually the thread is really well wound up around my spool, okay? So in this case I actually placed a lot of thread, so I will need to go very far, so I can't go because I don't have space. But so I'm pressing the button while I'm actually going just like this. So what does happen is that now the thread is actually much better around the spool. So this is exactly how you thread the spools of your Gravity ITR. Now I'm going to explain you the hoop system. But before that, it's very important that you only place into the spools the quantity of thread you need. For most effects, you are going to need just 2 meters or even 3 meters. Please do not use more thread than that, okay? It's important to prevent any tangles. Just use 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters, it's fine, but more than that, it could create tangles. I'm not saying that they will, but they can if the thread is not stretched. It's just a little precaution for you. So now you watch me just threading one of the spools. I'm going to actually explain you the hoop system. So I'm going to thread the other one. So very easy. Just grab one little sticker, place it in the X-Acto knife, find your thread, that's it, place on top of the spool. That's it. Okay, very easy. The hardest part is done. I'm going to do some turns. As you know, the thread must go to under the spool. So I'm actually going to do some turns this way. And I'm going to place it into the shaft. Just like this. Perfect, like so. And through this little channel right here. Okay, like this. So now it's the motor 1 that I need to place. So I'm going to start to thread it. A little tip is that you can actually place your index finger over here, okay? So if you want to create a little bit of more tension, but it's up to you. So just push a little bit like this. Okay, perfect, more than enough. And then gravity tech, a tiny bit, just some turns, break the thread, and pass through the little channel. Of course, it's in the diagonal, and like this, and place your lid. So that's it. Okay, so now I have both reels. So it's good if you don't want to use the hub system. It's nice because you have this in your pocket or inside the card case or inside the wallet. And if you break a thread, you know you have a spare, which is very, very cool. So now they are both working perfectly. And now for the hoop, the only thing that you really have to do is simply to tie a knot. Okay, so I'm going to push it forward, and do a simple knot, as I'm going to do right now. One, two, and just a third turn, like this, and like this. That's perfect. Just stretch a tiny bit. Okay, and you can do just another one, just for safety measure. Okay, that's perfect. So now you have the little ends, and now the only thing you really have to do, it's with a pair of scissors, cut the excess next to the knot, just like this. So I'm going to push now both motors, and as you can see, I have a perfect, it's perfect like this. So it goes from one spool to the other, exactly like this. So if you push, you can see exactly the hoop. So I'm going to go like this. And if I let go, it goes perfectly like there. Okay, once again, you can see the thread. I'm going to push motor 1 and motor 2 at the same time. And as you can see, when I let go, it goes perfect, just like so. For some of the Surya effects that you are going to learn, they all use the loop system, and for that you don't really need the remote at all. So in fact, you just need to have the hoop system in ITR mode. So once again, you just need to push both buttons for 5 seconds until you see the vibration, and then you have a perfect hoop. Of course, now probably you cannot see it, but there is the hoop just like this, that you can let go from a distance like this. Do never let go from a very, very long distance, like 1 meter or 2. When you use this, it's nice once you finish the trick. Now the thread is around my thumb. Once you finish, you come close to the reel, and then yes, you let go, so that the thread runs smoothly into the motors. One thing that I must also tell you is that you are going probably to place this inside your pocket and or over here at the top, and what is going to happen is that the thread is going to pass and touch the fabric. What eventually could happen is that after you perform like 3 times or 4 times, eventually what can happen is that one spool can have more thread than the other. It's something that you cannot control because, for example, if you place the gravity ITR and you do some effects over here like this, when the thread retracts, it could eventually go more into one motor than to the other. So what I do suggest from time to time is that you look like this and see if everything is fine inside. If one spool is not getting with even less thread than the other. So this is my suggestion to you when you use the hoop system of Surya. If you wish to adjust the minimum tension of the motors, that is also possible. So let's imagine that, for example, in ITR mode, in the minimum speed that we programmed the reel to, you think it's very weak. Let's imagine that you want the thread to be pulled a little bit stronger. It's possible to program the minimum force of the motors. That is possible, to program the minimum force of the motors. So bear with me with this. This may look a little bit complicated, but it's not, okay? So follow me. First things first, you need to turn on the remote, or that you are going to do will not work. Okay, so first just need to turn on the remote and now so on your reel. Okay, so you are going first of all to go into the mode to program the minimum force that the motors will do. Okay, there's also a way to reset, to the factory reset these anyway, so don't worry. Okay, so the first thing you have to do in order to go into this mode is press both this switch over here at the side, the grease switch, and this switch both at the same time for 10 seconds, okay? 10 seconds, and it will vibrate after those 10 seconds, not after the 5, it's 10 seconds. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. It just buzzed, okay? So now let's imagine that for the motor 2, I want the speed to be a little bit stronger than the one that we sent you with. Very easy. So if you want the motor 2, just go to the side button, which is this green one, and you push. Okay? Each time you push, you are going to increase, okay? It's going to increase. Each push, okay? Let's imagine that it's perfect, and for the motor 1, you also want the motor 1 in the minimum speed to push a little bit more. What you do? Of course, motor 1, go to the switch from the side of motor 1 and push. Each push you are increasing the tension. Okay, and let's imagine that this preset is exactly how you want, okay? That's done, okay? In order to come out of this mode, you need to press both buttons for 10 seconds again. But let's imagine that you want to reset. You did a mistake and you don't want again to increase anything, and you want exactly like we sent it to you. Very easy. Just go, let's imagine that you want to reset the motor number 2. Just press motor number 2 button for 10 seconds, only this side for 10 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. It just buzzed. It went exactly to fabric settings, and the same with motor 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. It just vibrated right now. So right now, this is exactly like it came from factory. So this is how you can program each motor independently to have the minimum force that you wish them to have. In the next section, you are going to see some effects that were actually invented from Surya Kumar from India. Surya released the Surya ITR together with James George, and they were kind enough, both James and Surya, to allow me to explain exactly the very same effects using my ITR. They love the ITR, and for that reason they allowed me to explain. So I really hope you enjoy these effects that you are going to see in this section. Use just the hoop system. I really love them, particularly the rubber band one. I think is genius, is one of the best that you can do in close-up with borrowed objects, with borrowed rubber band, sorry. So it's very cool. Of course you need to practice a lot. So just go ahead, grab your Gravity ITR, and thank you very much Surya Kumar and James George for allowing me to explain these effects in this project. So guys, thank you very much. Of course, don't forget, it's very important that you practice a lot. Like I mentioned in the beginning, when you start to try the bicycle, you fell probably. And this is exactly the same. There is a learning curve. Just don't try all of the effects at once. You have about 20 effects in this project. Start slow, start with one that you like and practice for weeks and months in one effect. It's much better to be master of one effect than do not do any of the effects well. So enjoy, grab your thread and practice a lot. And I really hope you enjoy Gravity ITR. You can go to my secret group over here, is appearing now the link, it's in Facebook, Joao Miranda Magic Secret Group. And there are over 4,000 members of clients and customers who have my products. And there is always customers sharing ideas and tips with all of my magic. So I really hope that you enjoy and thank you for supporting my work. I hope to see you soon.
I'm going to teach you all a trick using a pencil. Go get a pencil now. Have you got a pencil? Okay, watch. I'm going to teach you this. Now this is called static. And you are going to fool all your friends and family with this, especially if you've never seen this before. Now watch. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. That should be enough. Static, and you can do this. Here we go. Isn't that crazy? And the way that works, right, it's got nothing to do with this. Nothing to do with that. It's got nothing to do with this. What it actually is me going, I know. However, you see this is physics. However, this is a little bit different. This is what you call magic. See? Now, so you've just watched a video which was blowback, and this is the pencil routine. The reason why I want to show you this one first is because it's really easy to do and it's a lot of fun. But before we get into the actual hookup of how it works, I'm going to show you exactly where you need to position this gravity reel. So let's get into that now. So firstly, I'm going to show you where you need to place the gravity reel. Now you've got a couple of options. It can either be in a card case or it can be in a wallet. For this, I prefer the wallet. I'm going to show you what I do. So I've just got a small hip wallet, and what I do is I place the reel inside of here, like that. And so you can't see the reel, I just take a bill or a note and just place that inside of there, hiding everything. Okay? So there we go. Also, if you don't want to use the wallet, you can use a card case. Now, on your reel, there will be, this is actually magnetic on the 2 on one side, and I've just placed 2 corresponding magnets inside of there, and all I'm doing is I'm placing that inside of here, and it will just click in place. Just show you in a nice close-up. And to hide the fact, this I've just stuck, what I've done is I've just stuck this down with a bit of putty, gravity putty that is, and I've just folded that over. Again, from this angle, you can't see anything, hiding everything in plain sight. So they're your 2 options for the reel. Now we're going to go into the actual hookup of actually how the pencil trick works. I will talk more detail about the speed and the controller in just a second, but let's get into the hookup. So this is the explanation for blowback. So this is the hookup right here. So you're going to be using motor 2, so make sure you have turned it on. You're going to grab the putty from motor 2 and you're going to attach it to, it could be anything, to be honest. It could be a bottle of wine, a bottle of water, a glass. I prefer to use a bottle of wine because therefore when you stick it here, the audience isn't going to see the putty. And you can do this whilst you're moving things out of the way to clear some space for what you're about to do. So once you've attached it there, you want to make sure that this is turned on. So we're going to turn it on like this, okay? Also, I want you to place it into position 2. So we're going to go to position 2 there, and in a second, we're going to be pressing motor 2, which is just here, but not yet. Also, there are a few places you can place this remote control. Number 1, you can have it magnetized to the back of your pocket. I've just placed a magnet on the back of here. I've placed a magnet in my back pocket so it'll just clip on and then I can just grab it at any time. You can have it in, you can actually have it in your back pocket. You can have it, if you're sat down, it could be on your knee, just on the chair, or it can be magnetized to the table. You can have this controller wherever you want it to be. So with that said, let me get into the workings of actually how this works first. So we're going to set the controller. I'll place it actually magnetized to my back pocket. So if you don't know this one, I mean, a lot of people have seen this. You use the friction with your fingers and you're telling them that this is all to do with kinetic energy and static. And what you do is you place your finger here, and all you're doing is I bring my hand up and I just blow around about this section and it will make the pencil move like this. And of course with this action, you do that and it will move, okay? So hopefully you will know that trick. Once you've done this quite a few times and they have no idea how it's done, I like to tell them that I am actually blowing the pencil, which makes everyone laugh, but then you actually do something really, really magical and actually make the pencil come back to you. What's great about this is that you are already set up. The thread is not even in your space. I always put the position, I always put the box or the wallet to the left of me, and it needs to be exactly like this. It's very easy to do. So I'm going to show you what I'm doing with this hookup. Then I'm going to get the controller and show you for real with the actual thread itself. So what I'm doing is this. Once we've done this a few times, I then casually put my thumb here as I go to put the pencil down. And what I'm doing is I'm dragging the thread over. Now, obviously this is harder using wool, so I'll just show you. It wouldn't normally be slack, so that would be tight like this. My thumb comes here. At the same time, I'm placing this pencil down. Now, as I place that pencil down, as you can see, the thread's going from there, around my thumb to here. And all I'm doing is I'm grabbing the controller, and you have already set it to number 2, and I press that, which will then retract back into the reel, which will make that pencil come here. Also, a little tip, when that pencil comes here, I literally take my thumb out and it will continue. This will go back and then I can pick it up and instantly hand it out. And the one thing that they're going to want to look at is the pencil. They're not interested in any of this. So you can move this back and you're free. And that's it. So that's how to do it. I'm now going to go in using the actual reel with this system to show you exactly what I'm doing again. So we'll do that now. Now I'm going to show you this in real time. So I've got the reel in here, it's on, we're using motor 2. I have attached the putty to the side of here, which again could be a bottle, a glass of water, could be anything that you'd like. We've already done this here. Now all that's left to do is the end magical bit. Also, what I will say is, this can be any length. We've got a shorter table here, but you can, in essence, have that bottle here. So it's even a longer distance that the pencil goes, okay? So again, like I did with the red wool, I place my thumb here, bring this down, and then I place the pencil directly onto the thread. And then all I've got to do is grab the controller, which is here. And as soon as I press number 2, that pencil will come to me. When it gets to about here, I'm going to lift my thumb out, releasing the thread, and I'll be able to hand the pencil out straight away. So the thread is going from here, around the thumb, to there. And it looks a little bit like this. And instantly I can pick it up. The thread is now back on there. I can hand it out, thus magic. And that is Blowback. Hope you enjoyed it. Okay, so that was Ring Slide. I really love this effect. It's really, really easy. It's a great one to begin with. So, first of all, what's good about it is that you don't need the controller, so you can get rid of the controller. It's all gonna be in the motor. We need it to be in ITR mode. So, we're gonna turn it on. We're going to hold these 2 buttons. There's a button here and there's a button on the side. These 2 little buttons on the side. Hold them at the same time. It will buzz after about 5 seconds. There we go. Now that should be in ITR mode. Perfect. That's great. Now with this, there are quite a few different positions you can place this motor. So it depends what situation you're in. If you are not wearing a jacket and you're just wearing a t-shirt or just a shirt, I would recommend just placing this in your pocket. So either pocket, I would go for left, and that would literally just go in there, and it would just go right to the bottom inside of here, okay? If you didn't want to have the machine on you at all, it's totally fine. I would use the wallet. I'd place that inside of here. That would go over, and you're ready to go to do this effect with it in the wallet. If you're wearing a jacket and you don't want to use the wallet, then you can use the top pocket. All of these 3 ways work really, really well. Today, we're going to do the top pocket one. So, all you need is a pack of cards. I've got quite deep pockets in here. You might have a shorter pocket. So what I do is I just take a pack of cards, place that inside of there, all the way to the top. And then when I place this in here, it's just perfectly flush, all right? Then all I do is I take a pencil and place that to the side. I'm gonna take all of this out so you can see what's going on. I'm gonna take it all out now. That is how my pocket is, all right? That's what you're looking at. You've got the pencil at the side, and then you've got the motor there. What I'm doing is when I remove the pencil, I'm coming in with the middle finger, I'm pinching the thread. At the same time, I'm coming along and grabbing the pencil and taking the pencil out with it. Okay, so I'll just place that there, place that there, place that there. Ready to go. Inside, grab the thread, take it out. Now I have the thread pinched between these 2 fingers. I ask them to hold the pencil. I say, has anyone got a pen? And all I want to do is just get that thread on that thumb and we're ready to go. I'm going to stop there because I'm going to switch to the red string. Then we're going to do a performance walk down so you know exactly what you're doing. Okay, so now we're going to show you with the red string. So it's very, very simple. So you're going to go in here, grab the thread and the pencil at the same time, and that will come out of the motor like this. Now you can have the pencil examined or whatever you want to do, or you can just simply just place it on like this and ask the spectator to hold the pencil, which they will. You can then take your hand away. You will then instruct them to bring the hand a bit higher. You instruct them to cup their hands and bring it here, and you can actually position with their wrists of where it needs to be. You can then take your ring off or even use their ring. To be honest, if you use their ring, the effect is going to be so much more stronger. It's very simple. This goes on the ring like this, and all you've got to do is now in a second, all you've got to do is this, right? Now, if I do that, it might look a little bit suspicious. I've always found it suspicious. If I move this hand and the object moves, it kind of gives the game away that something's attached. However, if you do this, it's so much better because you're using both hands to move. And you can either use your fingers, use your hold hand, you can use your thumb. I tend to just use the middle fingers, I don't know why, so it's just like this. And then as soon as that drops, and Bruno, if you could catch that ring, make sure it comes out, and that's it. As soon as that drops into the hand, this thread will be zipped back into the motor, ready to do it again. Now, if that's their ring, you can just take the pencil, place that in your pocket, and you're free to walk away. And the same goes for the wallet. If it was in the wallet, it's exactly the same motion. You'll be taking it out. As soon as you've got it out, like I showed you in the first video, you're just hooking it on. You're doing exactly the same thing. The ring will pop into the hand. The thread will zip back to the wallet. Again, it's the same thing for the pocket. It's the same movement. So I'm now going to do a performance walk down so you can just see it in real time. Okay, so now we're going to do a performance walkthrough of the ring slide. I've got it on ITR mode, it's in the pocket, it's ready to go. This is the spectator's ring, or it's going to be yours. So here we go. I'm going to come in, I'm going to grab the pencil and the thread. I have that there. I'm going to now instruct to ask the spectator to hold their hand out, and I'm going to position the thread like this. Perfect. I'm now going to instruct them to do this. I'm now going to put the ring on there, like so. That's perfect. Now, you're going to do this, you're going to do this, and then the ring will come off, like that. And then now the thread is zipped back onto me. I can take the pencil, put it away, take the wallet, leave them with a ring. So simple, yet so effective. Have fun. So that was the fall. I love this effect and I hope you do too. It doesn't have to be a cork. It can be anything. It could be a lighter, a box of matches, a pen lid, you name it, you can do it. So I'm going to tell you exactly of what you need to do. You need your wallet, or you need a box, an object, a glass, your motor and your controller. So first of all, what I will tell you is that this effect uses what is called the loop system. So what's great about the loop system is it using both of the motors at the same time. That means I can grab the thread here and I can pull it, let go, and it'll shoot back because both of the motors are joined together, okay? So you've got, what's great about this is that this is why this groove is here. Because now it's so easy to get it. Because what happens is my finger's going in, and look, it just grabs it. I let go, it shoots back. It's perfect. Now, what we're going to do is that this is going to go inside of your wallet, or it can be a box of cards, it can be anything. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to place this in here. What I want you to do is make sure 1 and 2 are facing you, facing up, okay? That's going to go in. Like that. So that goes in here, like that. So if you look now, it just looks like a wallet with a note in it. Also, do not turn this on. If we turn this on, that will cut off and it will not be in ITR mode. But what we do want to do is we want to set the tension. So for this, I like to be tension 3. For this effect, you do not want to go too high because it could easily snap the thread. So 3 is fairly strong, but not too strong. Okay, now we're going to put this there. Also, I want you to make sure that your setting, the live record, the play, is in the live mode, because what's going to happen in a second, once you've set everything up, you're going to take the controller, you're going to turn it on. That means it'll cut the ITR mode out and it'll instantly be on live, and it'll instantly on the third speed that you want, ready for you to press it and make the lighter fall over. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to place this into my back pocket, and I'm just going to show you actually how you get into it very, very quickly. You ask, does anyone have a lighter? And you bring your hand in here and you just grab the thread. You don't have to rush. No one's trying to catch you out. You set your wallet down. Now, I don't know if you can see this on camera, but the thread is running round my thumb and there. If no one has a lighter, say, oh, don't worry. Actually, do you know what I think I have? Yes, I have one here. So you're ready to go either way. What I'm going to do is I'm placing it here and I'm placing it between the loop. Now I'm going to let go of my thumb like this. Now what's happened is I can let go because it's not that powerful, it's going to pull it over. Now it's not on me, it's on the lighter. Then that means I can move the lighter wherever I want and it will not move. Now when I move the lighter, at this moment in time, the thread is just here. And we want it ideally in the middle. So what I do is as I move the lighter, I just run my fingers up. But you don't have to do too much. This will move the thread really easy, like that. It moves so easy. So you just pick the lighter up, place it, and that's bang on in the middle. Also, this can be a greater distance. It doesn't have to be so close, but okay. So at this moment in time, we're going to turn the motor on. So you're going to stand back, you're going to easily turn it on. So now it's on, it's off ITR mode, okay? So now what we're going to do is, you're going to pick the glass, move the glass to you, and we want to create some slack. Take hold of the lighter, put my hand here, so I'm putting my hand on the thread. And I'm just going to move the lighter a little bit closer, okay? Now what happens is, we've got loads of slack, but the thread, believe it or not, is still halfway, okay? I'm just going to pick the glass up, and I'm going to put it on the top. And you want the lighter to be here. That's where you want it to be. So all I do, and you can be careful because you can make a big thing of it, you know, like that, like it's really important, like this. You don't have to do it, you can just put it on. But I like to be so precise, and that's it. What's great about this is that it's done, it's finished. All I've got to do is press this, and that lighter will fall over, and then the thread will shoot back. But before we do that, we're going to get in with the red wool so you can see exactly what happens. Okay, so you're in this position. So you've just reeled it out. It's on your thumb like this. And all you've got to do is put the lighter in the middle, and you can move it like this and then let go. Of course, because it's on ITR mode, that thread will be then reeled in by the machine and it will look like this. Also, what I'll say is it won't be down there. It's most likely to be more like this with your IT, which is perfect. That's what you want. What I would do then is so you've just done this, it's done that. You then want to move the lighter and position it more halfway as you do it. So you're going to put it about there, like that. So now that will be tight, like this. Now in a second, what you want to do is you want to turn it off ITR mode for two reasons. Number one is that you want to do it live of it falling over. And number two, you want to get rid of this, this tightness. So that's there. You relax, almost like you're thinking about what I'm doing, and I turn it on in my pocket or the back of you can put your hand in your pocket. I just go to I've got it magnetized on the back here, and I know exactly where the on position is, so I can easily just turn it on straight away without no fuss. I then realize I need a glass, and then what I'll do, this will still be like that. And what you want to happen is you want it to be like this. That will still be there. And the reason for is when you put the glass on, let's say for instance, just so you understand, if that was like that, and I was to put that on now, it's most likely going to move the lighter, make the lighter wobble, which again gives the illusion away that something's attached to it. So you're in this position, you've turned it on, which makes it slack. But what you do is you put your hand here, okay, and then you move it back a little bit. And what that'll do is when you let go there, so it's tight, like this, you turn it on, then you come back, put your hand there, then you're just going to move it slightly, and that'll give you loads of slack, but it'll still be hooked on the top there, okay? You're only moving it about that much. That's it, about 2 inches. Then you place the glass on the top, and what you want to do is you want to place it so the lighter or the cork is at the end of the glass, because it's going to slide, hit this side, and knock the whole thing over. So you've placed that on there, you've done that. Remember that wool is going to be halfway on the thread, it won't look like that. And that's it, you're ready to go. All you've got to do now is grab your reel whenever you're ready, whatever presentation you're going to do, and all you do is you're going to hit these at the same time. Remember, we're on live mode, we're on number 3, so all you got to do is tap them. At the same time, tap, and then you might have to tap them again, and then that's it. You'll go down to number 1, you'll tap it, it'll shoot back in. What we're going to do is we're now going to go to a walkthrough of everything, and you will not be left in the dark. You'll know exactly what to do. I love this effect. I hope you like it too. Okay, so now I'm going to perform a performance walkthrough for the fall. So, the wallet can be in your pocket. You've also got your lighter in there, just in case they haven't got one. You've got your controller at the back. I approach the table, take the wallet out of my pocket, like so, or walk up to the table with it already in your hand. Ask for someone for a lighter. I casually go in here. I'm now grabbing the thread. It easily got it onto my thumb, place the wallet down. If they haven't got a lighter, oh, hang on, I have got one. I'm now placing it onto the actual loop itself and centering it where I want it to be, maybe lifting the thread up a little bit so it's halfway. And now I want to get a glass. I step back, turn the machine on. Oh, I need the glass here. It's fantastic. I'm going to grab the lighter. I'm going to push it forward, put my hand here, bring it back. That gives it that slack. Putting the glass on like so. That's it, it's perfect. You are now ready to go. What I like about this as well is that you can really take your time. Also, this wallet can be a lot further away. You can have it over here and have the lighter or the cork wherever you like. And whenever you're ready, you're going to grab hold of your controller, and all you're going to do is we're in the setting 3. It's already on live mode, and I'm going to tap these both at the exact same time. Whatever you do, do not press and hold, because what will happen is it'll shoot, it'll go in there, and it'll probably snap because it'll be just too fast. I'm just going to press it once, and it may slightly move, it might fall over, you might have to press it multiple times. So let's see what happens. Everyone concentrates on the lighter. I'm holding it like this, and 3, 2, 1, boom, perfect. Now, the cleanup is so good. I am just going to move this down to number 1, right? I'm going to press and hold these now, and if it has released, it'll shoot back into the wallet, okay? Now it's still on here on the glass, that's fine. I'm still holding it. As soon as I lift this glass, it is now back inside of there. This is totally clean. You can put this away. They can clearly pick up this lighter, or it can be a cork, a pen lid, it could be anything that you would want it to be. And that is it. There's nothing else to it. If the lighter does fall over, let's say it just catches on here, literally keep your hands on here, and literally you'll just need to touch it. Just literally touch it or pick it up and it'll just go straight away. You might even just move it and have a look at it and it'll shoot back. But that's it, there's nothing more to it. That is the fall. Have fun. Anna, thank you for joining me here today. Can I ask you a question, Anna? Do you believe in ghosts?
I think so.
Have you ever witnessed a ghost or anything spooky?
No.
Okay, well, I don't want to scare you, but can I show you something a bit strange? Well, this is what you call a spirit bell. And what it means is that this bell is actually attached to a spirit. In fact, I want you to have a look at the bell. Just make sure it is just a bell. Happy with that? What I want you to do is, while I place this bell up here, I want you to take the cards and just give them a good shuffle, okay? Now, that is perfect. Now what we're going to do is, first of all, I need you to select any card that you desire, any one. Could you actually sign your name on that card? Perfect, yeah, show the camera. Place the card anywhere you'd like inside of there. Happy? Watch very carefully. Now, first of all, we will lose this card in the pack. We will give the cards a good shuffle, and you're not going to find the card. The bell is going to find the card, okay? So watch very carefully. I'll give these cards a few shuffles like this, and we'll give you a few more. I want you to take the cards, and what you're going to do, you're going to deal the cards one at a time onto the table, but you're going to go really slowly. And what will happen is, if there is a spirit here, the spirit will tell us. Okay? So let's count very slowly. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Okay, that was weird. I'll just. Spirits. Is this the card?
Yes.
It is it?
Yes. Oh God. I'm shaking.
Don't worry, it's okay. The spirit is gone. He's behind you.
Oh.
This is the explanation for Hell's Bell. I'm going to go up through the hookup and where the reel is. So, first of all, the reel is inside of this box that is magnetized. You can use the wallet, but I'm using the box for this. What I'd like to do is take the putty out, and you can use either motor, 1 or 2, it's up to you. And I like to place the putty I just like to stick it to the box like that. And that's set there. Also, we're going to turn this on. We're going to use live mode. Okay, so we're going to turn it on like this. We're going to put it onto live mode, which it is. And I like to put it on between 5 and 6. Now, for you, it might be different because depending on where you place the bell or the height, it may be slightly different number, so you will have to play around with that. So first of all, let me show you how I attach the putty to the bell. So what happens is you have the bell examined, okay? And all you're going to do is, while they're examining the bell, you can just casually bring your hand over here and take the putty like this. Second thing, you take this back, and all I am doing is I am attaching the putty to the ringer inside whilst I ask them to shuffle the cards. So thank you very much. Oh, in fact, could you actually just shuffle those cards? And I'm going to place this bell over here and you just attach it. Now, what I will say is, you're going to have a different bell to this. In fact, all of you probably are. What I will say is we've got string, which makes the bell spin and spin and spin. However, what's probably better would be used as something like a velvet that's thick, that doesn't spin at all, so it's always going to stay in the same position. Also, I'm just going to show you the ringer here. What you're going to want to do is you'll notice that on the ringer doesn't if you spin it, it'll always go back to the same position. What you want is the putty to be the opposite side of the ringer. So let me just show you what I mean. If I place this bell here on there, the putty isn't going on the ringer on this side. The putty is going on the ringer on that side, inside of here, okay? So it's not at the front, it's at the back. And the reason for that is if the putty was at the front, the little dinger won't be able to hit the side. You see, that's why it needs to be behind, so then it's picking it up and letting the ding hit the side. So I hope that makes sense. So with that, I'm going to attach that now, okay? And I'm going to attach it to there. And that goes on here, like so. All right. And then this is all whilst they're shuffling the cards. You take the cards back, place it in your pocket, and all you're going to do is, I'm going to show you the cards in a second. All you're going to do is you're going to press the button. When you press that button, that will ring on there, and because it will manually pull on there like this. And that is it. That's all there is to it. Now we're going to go through the actual cards and everything else. So now you know the hookup for Hell's Bell. As you know, I've got the controller in my front pocket, ready to go. I'm going to show you what I'm doing with the cards. So this is just a very simple explanation. I'm sure you'll have your own routine. What we do is I have a card selected. Let's say this one, it's the Jack of Spades. You do your favorite control to bring it to the top. I like this one. Okay, so it's there. And all I'm doing is shuffling 7 cards to the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. That brings it to the 8th position. I give it a few more shuffles like this, maybe a false cut or 2, and then hand them the pack of cards. You know it's in the 8th position. As soon as they touch the 8th card, I am just going to press this, which is motor 2. Okay, so they go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is the 8th card. As soon as they touch it in literally halfway, you just press the button. That's it. So it just looks like I've got it here, and all I'm going to do is, as they're doing it, I just press it, and there it goes. All right, press it again, and I'll just do that there. You can press it multiple times. So there we go, another one there, and that's it. You know, hope you enjoyed it. Another one. So this is the hookup for kinetic notes. So as you know the reel is inside of the wallet, and what I've done, as you know, I've attached it to the pen, and now we're ready to go. I'm going to show you exactly what I'm doing, and then we'll do a performance walkthrough so you can see it in real time. So the first thing is we need to borrow a note. We borrow the note. Now what we're going to do is, ideally you want to fold it into this position like this. That's what you want it to do. You don't want it to be totally tight. You want it to have some spring, so almost like you can stand it up. That's the image that you want. You want to be able to fold it, but it to stand up. All right? So just get this image in your mind so you can see of how you want it to be. And you don't do anything yet, you just leave that there. So you fold it first, like that, and then you say, oh, hang on, I need you to sign the note. This is clever, because now you're going to grab the pen. And as you say, this is going to be coming out of the reel. And all you're doing is you take it, you steal off the putty, and you are literally got it in your hands. Obviously, that's going to the reel like this, which is just perfect. They sign the note, and then all you're going to do is, because you've pre-folded it, it's going to be really easy. So you take it back, and this is where I position it. I position it, so there's the bend there, and I'm just going below the bend like that. So it's there, all right? Attach it, fold it, or if you want, attach it, spin it, and fold it, either which way you want to do. So all you got to do is place that glass there and place this note in. Now I'm going to give you a little bit of a tip here. What you're going to do, you're not going to do this like that. There's a reason for that. Because if I place this card in there now, what will happen is it will probably move the note. You can see it moving, and that's going to give the game away. Ideally, you don't want that note to move. So what you do, and this won't work as well because we're using wool. What I do is I move it over here first, and don't forget this is tight, like this, okay? And it's tight all the time. I move it over here, just to about there, then I adjust the glass, then I come back. Now what's going to happen is, when I come back, there will be now loads of slack. So this is what it looked like. There's loads of slack on it. So now, this might not work as well. And it won't be as bad as that. When I put the card on there, the thread has got loads to move like that. And it won't move the note because of the slack. So remember to do that. Okay, so that's basically it. We're all set up. There's nothing more to it. It's really, really simple. All I've got to do now is get my controller. Now I keep it in position 1. Keep it in position 1. And we're just going to see where I'll go through this in detail in the performance walkthrough, but I'll just show you now. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to press number 1, but I'm not going to hold on to it. I'm just going to press it very quickly. And what all that will do is it will slowly pull the card. It will move it a flinch. Press it again, and you might find it will move it a little bit more, like this. It may even come off altogether. If it doesn't, then press and hold just for a second more, and then that card will fall like this. Now, again, the great thing about this routine is you're free to walk around. You can have this as a spectacle on stage. You can do it close up, in parlor. You can do anything you like. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to concentrate my energy, or everybody else's energy, and we're going to make the note move one more time. I'm keeping it in position 1. I'm not moving it. I'm going to press it again, and what will happen is it'll just give it a bit of a flinch like this, and this is great. It makes people, they can't believe what they're seeing. I'm now going to move it up a little bit more to around about 2.5. Just a little bit, just to see where you are. You press it, it might just flinch, or it might jump up. What you want it to do is to go dit, dit, and it'll stay about there, okay? So you may need to go from 2 or to 2.5 to do this. And you can just again, when you're doing this, you are just kind of jazzing with it. You're just moving it up a little bit at a time, not looking at the remote. Obviously, don't do this, kind of gives the game away, right? So you get to about there. When you're there, I'll hold it like this. Now all I've got to do, there's not many moves to it. I'm now going to turn this up to around about between 6 and 7. Again, you'll be at around 2.5, and you'll just know from practice, if you practice, you'll know roughly where you are. Get it to there, and all you do is you're putting your thumb here like this, Okay, so what you do is you bring your thumb underneath here, you lift your hand like that, and then all I'm going to do is I've got it to my between 6 and 7. I press and hold, and that will shoot out. Obviously not with a wool, it won't. It will shoot out and it will fly along my thumb, and it will go, and I can turn, as in when I get to here, I can turn my hand and grasp it like that. And that is it. That's all you're going to do. This is perfect now to get rid of the controller because you're in the perfect position. All you got to do is detach the putty, give the note away, or keep it. You can even walk away with it. And that's it. So now it's the time for the performance walkthrough for Kinetic Note. So you're all set up. You know what you're doing. All I've got to do is turn this on. It's in the live position. It's on number 1, controller at the back. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to borrow the note like this. I'm going to fold it so it's perfect for the effect. I'm then going to forget and say, oh, hang on, could you actually sign? Grabbing the putty off there. Perfect. They sign the bill. Thank you very much. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take the note, turn it face down like this, attach it to the corner like that, and then I'm going to just turn everything like this and then fold. And the reason for that is because I want the putty to be here like this, and the reason why I don't attach it like that is it looks a bit odd. So I like to just come up to the corner, attach, then spin and then fold. Then it's in the perfect position. All right, we're going to place a glass where you want it to be. So we're going to go there, make sure it's parallel to the wallet. We're going to come here. Now, again, remember, we need that slack. So you move it there and you just adjust the glass, almost like you're adjusting it. Come back, drop it. Pick the card up. That's going to go over the card. That's it. We're all ready to go. I'm free to walk around, do whatever I want. All I've got to do is pick the controller up. It's in position 1, which will move that card. So I can stand to the side or stand wherever I want to. And I'm going to tap it once. I don't want to press and hold because otherwise the card will just shoot off. I like to just move it slightly so it looks like this. Brilliant. Now we're going to do it a little bit more. And then finally, I'm going to get it so it just jumps off. All right? So now we can walk back to the side. I'm going to keep it in position 1 because I'm going to see where I am. So I'm going to do this. Okay, so it moved, it flinched, which is great. I now want it to move up a little bit. So I'm just going to move this up. Not much. I've probably gone to about 1.5 here. So we'll do this. Okay, a little bit more. And then boom. Okay, so now we are in just over, we're into about 2.5 position. All right. Again, I'm just moving it slightly with my thumb. A little bit more, a little bit more. And when we get to about there, that's great. We're now ready for the shoot. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to whack it up. And I'm not going to look. I'm just going to do it like there. And I just know roughly we're bang on about 6. 6 is about good. So anywhere between 6 and 7 will work perfectly. So put your thumb here. So the thread's going there. I'm taking my thumb and all I'm doing is I'm putting it underneath like this. And all I've got to do is lift that up a little bit. As soon as I press this, it goes straight to my hand. And I'm in the perfect position now to get rid of that controller, okay, like that. I can then either, you can jokingly just take that and go, cheers, and then walk away. Or if you want to, you just dislodge this like that, give it away, and then just pick up your wallet, or you can just drop the putty there. I would just pick it up and just place this back in your pocket. It's entirely up to you how you want to do it. Leave it there. If you want to, you can just drop that down to number 1, press mode to number 1, and it'll just shoot off into its little pocket. And that is it. That is Kinetic Note. There's nothing more to it than that. Hope you enjoyed it. Have fun. Is gravity. However, this is anti-gravity. Right. So that was the performance of Gravity Bill. So this is how, well, this is what you need. So you got your reel, and for this, I'm going to use the gravity clip, which is right here. I'll just turn around so you get a good look at it. I prefer the gravity clip with this, and then I just place the reel inside of there. What I will say as well, you want number one facing out in this direction, so it goes in here, because we are going to be using motor one. All right, so that is where you position it. And now we're going to go through the actual recording and the controller and everything. All you need is a bill, and you're ready to go. So first, I'm just going to show you the choreography of the actual routine, and then I'm going to show you exactly how to record it. So this is what I need to happen. What we're going to do is we're going to borrow a note. Now, before you ask for a note, I'm going to grab the putty and have it in my hand. I'm not going to have it right now. I'm just going to show you that later. Then I will attach it to the note, okay? And what I need to happen is this. I need to go forward, okay? Take my thumb, hook the thread. So I want to imagine that the thread's going from here, it's going from here to the bill. I'm taking my thumb, hooking it like this, then I'm going to bring my hand up, then it's going to fly to my hand. I'm going to take it, dislodge the gravity putty, then that's going to shoot back into my reel. I know it sounds complicated, it really, really isn't. I'm going to show you how to record that right now, live, and then I'm going to go into the actual recording that I've just done. So let's do that. So firstly, you're going to take your motor, and you'll see on the side here, you've got 3 buttons, 1, 2, and 3. They're your recording settings. That basically means you can record 3 different routines. So for me, I'm going to place it in the middle because I've already got 2 more recorded on the others 2. I'm going to place this into my belt. So we're going to place it in there with the one facing that way, like that. Brilliant. Now I'm going to switch my controller to record. I'm also going to put mine to number 7, but maybe, like you say, put it on your desired number once you see the design number that you think is right for you. So we're in record mode, and the way I like to record is to record it almost like you're performing it. So you've got to perform it in your mind. So what I'm going to do is to start the recording, you'll notice that your recording is flashing red. That means it hasn't started to record yet, so don't think it has. You've just set it ready to go. Now, when I press the vibrator button, that will start the recording. So I'm going to show you the motion, what I'm going to do first, and then I'm going to do it. So act it out before you record it. So remember, I've borrowed the bill, I've attached it to the note, I haven't done anything yet. So I'm in a position where the thread is on the note. Nothing's been recorded. Now, what you're going to record is the timing. So I'm going to press record if I was doing it. I'm going to press boom, press the button, it's recording, and you act out. So I say, I know that you know what gravity is, but have you ever heard of anti-gravity? 3, 2, 1, boom, shoom. Then here, detach the putty into your jacket. So I'm going to go through exactly what I'm doing. So just practice that so you know what choreography that you're going to be doing. Because if you start recording first and you're going, what do I do, what do I do? So you remember, you know the moves. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So here we go. This is the recording. So I'm going to hit it now. So I know that you know what gravity is, but do you know what anti-gravity is? I'm going to press the vibration to tell me it's going to go. I'm going to hit number 1 for maybe 3 seconds. I would have caught it by now. I'm now going to drop it down to number 1, and hold the motor. I'm going to hold that for maybe 10 seconds. I'm going to explain to you of why I'm doing this. I'm now going to let go. I'm going to give a vibration to myself that it's now stopped. So let me walk you through of what just happened. So what I'm doing is I'm pressing it so it records. I'm doing this and I'm doing that. Now what I want is I want a vibration to tell me that it's going to shoot to the top so I can catch it. So when I get to this point in my mind, I hit the vibration, I know it's going to go, then I hit motor 1 for 3 seconds, no more than that, because you'd have easily have caught it. You'd probably catch it in 1 second. And then the reason why I drop it down to number 1, that is for it to retract back into my belt. So when I detach it, it'll already be pulling. As soon as I let go, the putty's going to shoot into here and I can hand that bill out. I hope that makes sense. We're now going to go into an actual performance so you can see exactly what I'm doing again. So that was Gravity Bill. So now we're going to do a performance walkthrough by me telling you exactly what I'm doing. So as you know, we've got the reel in here on my belt, on my gravity clip, and I'm going to borrow a bill, or a note. So I say, can I borrow a bill or a note of some kind? And all I do is I go in here and I just grab the putty. In fact, you could probably grab that before you even ask them for the bill, so you're ready to go, all right? And I just have it between my 2 fingers. I take the bill, I fold it, and I literally just stick it onto the bill. Don't worry too much of where it's positioned. It doesn't necessarily matter. Take it, I scrumple it up like this. Now, as you know, it is in record mode. Well, it's in play mode now. So what I'm going to do is first of all, I need to get some slack. So I'm going to say, as you know what gravity is. So I'm pulling it forward. As you know, my hand comes here. I press any button. That will start the recording, the play going. I take my thumb, put it here, and then now I lift it up here. And then what's going to happen is it's going to now jump. Perfect. I take it and I can undo this, and all I do is I can let go of that putty, and that putty will shoot back into the reel. As you see, it is back on there. Hand this bill back. Job's a good one. Have fun. Okay guys, listen, I'm going to tell you what just happened. This is crazy. My friend has just ran out. We've been practicing with a Ouija board. I know it's stupid, but this is nuts. I've got to show you this. I'm absolutely petrified, but I've got to show you. Just watch this. Look, right. You see that coin there? You're not going to believe it, but that coin literally moved from like that side to the other side of the glass, and we were like, "Is anyone there?" And then it moved. Okay, I'm going to do it again. He's literally gone. Is anybody there? Oh, it's probably not going to do it now. Okay, now you can see that, right? I mean, it's probably. I probably not. Is anybody there? Oh shit! What the f is going on? Okay, all right. This is real. This is actually happening. I'll try and do this again. Okay. What am I doing? What am I doing? Is anyone there? Oh, okay. Is anyone? What? That was my crazy video. I hope you liked that. This is seance. So the routine that you saw on the phone was just a concept. You can use multiple objects that you can move on the table. So first I'm going to show you a really basic routine, but there's loads of scope with this. You can do a lot with this. So this is seance. First of all, this is what you're going to need. You've obviously got your motor and your controller. You're going to need a wallet. You can use your box mode or wallet mode. And you need a shell coin for this. I've got a £2 coin. You can use whatever shell coin that you want. You need an empty bottle and you need a wine glass. Or it doesn't have to be a wine glass, it could be any glass you like. So let me show you exactly the setup. Then I'm going to go through the hookup and then I'm going to go through a performance walkthrough of you where you can actually practice with me. So this is what happens. First of all, we're going to take this, we're going to turn it on. All right, we're going to place this inside of the wallet and I'm going to do it where it's the 1 and 2 facing up. That's what I look at, okay? So I'm looking at 1 and 2 and I place that in there like that. This is perfect because the note covers it, you can't see anything. I also, what I have done is I've placed a magnet on the back of this shell. Now you don't have to place a magnet. This isn't totally necessary. You may not know, but there's actually 2 magnets. There's a magnet here on the 2 and the 1, not on this side, but on this side. So if I take my shell and I've just got it, this is a strong magnet, that's all. It'll magnetize there and it'll also magnetize here, all right? So, and you'll see why that's important. So we're gonna place that in here, like that. It doesn't matter which motor you use. So in this case, we will use motor 1. So I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna attach that to the coin and I'm gonna press it, really press it a lot because I don't want the coin to stick to the table. So you've got to make sure that it's gone past the flush. So that's it, that's perfect. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this on like this. Perfect. And we need it to be in the live position. And then what I'm going to do is we're on number 1. I think we're on number 1. There we go. Brilliant. Now, the reason why I like this is because it's magnetized. So it will magnetize to my wallet. I think it's probably better there, like this. Okay. And I am ready to go. So let's get into this. This is Seance. Let's do it. Okay, so this is the hookup for Seance. So as you know, the reel is inside of the wallet. We have our coin that we've attached our putty to. And as you know, all the thread isn't like this. It's inside of the machine. I'm going to go into more detail of how you get into this in a second. I just want to show you the hookup so you can understand the workings of the actual trick. So this is exactly what's happening. First of all, when you get the change, which I will show you, you take the change out of your hand, place them down. I'm not going to go into too much detail. What I am doing is this. I am moving the bottle and the coin at the same time. You take the coin, and this is the hookup. I'm doing this. That is what's happening at the same time. Now, that will stay there because obviously everything is tight. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to adjust this because we are just using wool, just so you understand. When I place the coin here, and it's very important that the coin goes against, the glass goes against the coin. Because if it goes here, in a second, when I press the button, instead of the bottle moving first, because that's what you want to do, you want the bottle to move first, what will happen is the coin will move like that, it'll go to the edge and not the bottle. So what we want to do is to place this here on there, and then you're going to have this on like this. We're going to be in the live setting and we're going to put it to about 1.5. 1.5, it should move the bottle. Because I can't see exactly the position of where you're putting everything at home, you may need to go to 2, but you'll be able to just figure it out. So as soon as I press this, that will move, it'll wobble. Press it again, it'll wobble again. Now if I want it to fall over, I'm just going to move it up ever so slightly, probably to around about 3. I'm going to press it again, and hold it this time, and then that will fall over. Now, remember, this will be a lot tighter, okay? It won't be too tight, it'll still be a little bit loose. Now, it's very important, when you move the bottle away, as you saw in the performance, you don't want to just pick it up like this, because you could easily snap everything. So, most of the time, it clears itself anyway, but you won't be able to see because it'll be invisible. You don't want to see it as well. So that will be over there like this. What you want to do is pick up the bottle and always lift it out like this. Just always lift it out like that. Even if you can't see it, now it might already be free, but you're just doing it for peace of mind. Now what we want to do now is drop this down to number 1. When we move this glass up and we place it back down, what we want to happen is this, like that, okay? Now, because it's loose, if we was to press that on number 2, it would snag and snap. So at this point in time, the glass is there, it's all loose. If we drop it down to number 1, remember you're doing this all by your side. As soon as you drop it down to number 1, you press your motor, it will go, and it won't break it. It'll be nice and gentle, but it will straighten everything. So now we're in the perfect position. We're now going to move it up to around about 3. We lift it up, we pop it down, and then you're going to press it again, and then that will happen like this, okay? And then what you can do is you can drop it down a little bit. You don't want it to be too fast, because if it's too fast, it's just going to snap. So if you, again, you'll be on a different table, so you'll be able to test it out. So press and hold the button, that will slide like this, and then that's basically it. I'm going to go into more detail in the next video. I just wanted to show you the generic hookup so you can see what's going on. So let's go to the next video and let's get into more detail. Now it's time to do a performance walk down of Seance. So you know the hookup, you know what's going to happen. So first of all, you've got your wallet, you go into your pocket, look for some change, place the wallet on the other top, go in here, come back, place the wallet. Now I've detached a coin from the wallet here, as you know. So what we're going to do is I'm going to place a few coins here, place this glass there, continue putting these coins down, and then ask them, oh, could you turn that glass upside down? As you know, I come here, all I'm doing is I'm moving that there, like that. So I'll just show you that one more time. I'm coming here, like this, and I'm moving it into position. All right? That's it. We're good to go. We then position these coins over here, like this. Okay? And you've got the glass, which they've turned upside down. You then can ask them, which one do you think is the heaviest coin? To be honest, it doesn't matter what they say, even if they say the 50p. You go, oh, well, I don't know, it's probably the £2 coin. But I think that they will go for this coin here. But it doesn't necessarily matter. You can just say, okay, so we're going to use, I'd say, we'll use a £2 coin. So don't make a big deal of it. All you do is you're going to place this coin on top of there, like that. Remember, what you want to do is get the coin to the edge, like that. Okay? You might also want to bring the glass over here, which you can do, and bring it there. So you're making more of a triangle. Remember, the thread's going from here, around the bowl, to there. So that's it. We're ready to go. All we're going to do now is I might just turn that around a little bit. So I'm just going to take the controller from the back pocket. We are in position 1.5. We're using motor 2. Now that will make that bottle wobble. Watch. Perfect. Again, make it move again. A little bit more. Perfect. You can make that, and if you want, you can turn it up just a little bit like this and make it wobble. Now, when you're doing this, this is more, you're sort of jazzing with this. You're just moving it up a little bit to just see where you are. Boom. At any moment, you can move that. And now what you're going to do is the thread. I don't know if you can see this. Because we are using a white table, we've got some really bright lights. You may be able to see the thread. But remember, this wouldn't be your normal setting with bright lights in front of you. And you probably wouldn't do this on a white table. So, now as you know, at this moment in time, the bottle has fallen over. It's now free. Even if, now when you perform this, you might not know it's free. Let's just say, for instance, the thread is still on the bottle, which it could be. What you don't want to do is just pick the bottle up, because then everything's just going to move. So the way you pick the bottle up is you just do this and you go like that. So now you know it's free, and you'll be able to feel the thread and you know it's free, and you can move it over. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go straight to number 1, because what we've got is the thread is all crinkly like this. And when we move that coin in a second, we don't want it to snag, because if it snags, it could snap, and that you do not want to do. So just make sure, okay, that's perfect. So here we go. Drop it down to number 1. I'm going to press motor 2, hold it, boom. It's now in a straight line. You don't need to see that. You don't want to see it. You just know that that's what it's done. Okay? Now, you're going to come back to the coin, because that's what you were originally trying to do. You were originally trying to make the coin move. So you pick the glass up, everything's fine. You put the glass back down, and as you do that, you move this right up, okay? Maybe to around about 3.5, around about, no more. When I press that, it's going to go ding, really loud. Watch, like that. That is going to shock your audience members. You want to drop it right down. Again, you can put these markers. I mean, I just know the feel of where it is. What you want to do is you want to maybe get it down to about 2. The best thing to do is to drop it right down to number 1 and then come back up. And you want to be either a 2, 2.5, no more, because otherwise it will shoot too fast. And the best way to do it is to practice on your table at home and just get used to the machine. So we're going to set it to number 2. I've got it on motor 2. When I lift this, what's going to happen is that is going to shoot off like that. And as you know, it's got a magnet underneath here. And then you lift it up and then drop it back down. It's almost like you're scared. Have a look. Just make sure I know it's magnetized, because I felt it. And then what you can do now is, because you've got another 2, now I haven't got another £2 coin with me, but let's say we did. When you bring all those coins out at the very beginning, when you bring them out all at the beginning, you have another £2 coin in your hand. And all you do is you just retain that £2 coin in your hand from the very beginning. And you can do all the movements with the controller. It's not going to change anything, and you've just got the coin here. The coin's going to slide. You're going to be surprised, be scared, put it on top, have a look underneath. At the same time, you get rid of the controller, and then you go in with the other coin and just go, you know what? You take it. I don't want to touch it. You take it. So have fun with seance. Joao.
Hi, Tom.
Do you believe in telekinesis?
Yeah, I think so.
Moving objects with the mind. I believe that it's possible, and I believe that it's possible for you. So I want to try something.
Right.
You're going to take any one of these cards. These cards can be shuffled, but we'll just take one for now.
Any?
Put it straight to your chest. And what I want you to do is I want you to show the camera of what that card is.
Should I sign it?
Yeah, good idea.
Okay.
Yeah, sign the card, and then I want you to show the card to everybody else.
Okay.
Brilliant. So I'll take this now, and we're going to place it probably about, I don't know, around about halfway, around about there. All right. And what we're going to do is we're going to place the deck down. Now what I want you to do is I don't want you to concentrate on your card. We're just going to start off small. I want you to just concentrate on a single card. Let's say the top card.
Okay.
Just concentrate on the very top.
Focusing my energy now.
Yeah. Okay. And I want you to imagine pushing it to the left. Rub your hands together. That's good. Okay, bring your hands down. Okay, that's gonna, now when you're ready, you say go.
Go.
Okay, see? Perfect. In fact, we can actually get rid of that card. We don't actually need that card. We'll get out of the way. Now what I want you to do is I want you to concentrate on the deck, but instead of going to the left, I want you to go to the right. So put your hand out, okay? Okay, and when you're ready, I want you to say go.
Go.
Okay, a little bit more.
Go.
That's good, that's good. That's good. Now, we want you to rub your hands together, and then when you're ready, I want you to say go one more time.
Go.
Perfect.
Should I see it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Very good. Yep. My silent card. Really good. Love this.
So I hope you enjoyed the performance of Exorcist. I'm going to show you exactly what you need. So you've got your motor, you've got your controller, pack of cards. So this is going to represent the couch or a chair. It doesn't have to be a couch. Again, you can just pull a chair out while you're performing, put the card case down there, whatever you want to do. So, and also it needs to be at a 45-degree angle, but I'll go into that later on. So, very simply, we're going to turn this on, okay, and we're going to place this inside of the box. I've got the magnets in there, so it'll go in there fixed really, really nicely. You don't have to have the magnets on there. You can just place it in the box. It will work. You can use a bit of double-sided sticky tape. So, you're placing that on the box like that. We're going to use motor 1 or motor 2, it doesn't really matter. You're going to take it out and you're just going to rest the putty just on top of the box or to the side. It's up to you. We've got a pack of cards. We've got the reel. We're going to turn that on. And we're also going to put it into position 2 and make sure that it's on live. And that is it. Put the controller in your pocket or just put it to the side of the table for now while you're practicing. You've got your pack of cards. We're ready to go. Let's check out the hookup. And now this is the hookup for Exorcist. So I'm going to show you exactly the hookup of what's going on, and then we're going to do a performance walk down straight after. So as you know, this is representing the chair. We've got the box at the top, we've got the reel inside. Remember, all of this will be inside of the reel. Obviously, we're using string for this purpose. Now, this is a very simple haunted deck, and it's very powerful. What I wanted to do is just have one card come off at the beginning before the deck moves. Another thing what I love about this is it goes 3 ways. First of all, the card comes off, then the deck cuts this way, and then the card fires out. So it's got 3 different effects going on with it. And this is what happens. So I would be sat on, there's a few ways. You can either A, be sat on a couch and have the box next to you. This could be sat on a chair while I'm at a gig. So I would just get a chair and you would put the box down there and like you're moving things out of the way. And this is what's happening. So you have a card selected. Whilst they select the card, you need to grab this putty. And I like to, there's a few different ways for a few different scenarios. If you're sat next to the box, then you can literally just have it on the top, or you can have it to the side, wherever it is, to easily grab it, okay? Like this, and then you can literally put it on the bottom, like that. And then all you're doing, as you place that there, as they're looking at the card, all I'm going to do is I'm going to go into a anti-clockwise way. So I'm going to go like this, fully all the way round, okay? And now what we need to do is we need to have one card on the top, because that's how the one card comes off. So what is a justification? So they select a card, attach the putty, revolve it round, and I say, oh, could you sign the card? And then, and once you've done that, just show the card to everybody else and then just drop that on top. So that's the justification right there. Now, all I've got to do is take the card, place it in. I would go probably about halfway or just above halfway, okay? So we go there and we push that in like this. It's a lot harder doing it with wool. And then we set that down like this. I'm just going to let a little bit more wool come out of there. It's perfect. It doesn't matter what height this is. As long as it's at a 45-degree angle, it'll always work. Believe me, these don't have to be close together. For instance, you imagine if the deck was here, then the box can be there, you see? And this could be the height. From there to there is the height of a chair. You see, that will still work. So they don't have to be too close together, okay? So you can play around with this. Also, when you put the deck of cards down, remember you've got the putty on the bottom, so you can sort of push the deck down. Now the deck is kind of stuck into position. It doesn't have to be stick in position. If you're doing this on a carpet, it'll be absolutely fine because the friction of the carpet will make the cards stay. But if you're doing this on a wooden floor or a tiled floor, then you just give it a squeeze to stick it in position. Now, all you've got to do is we have this on and we have it in the live position, okay? And I like to have it on around about 2, okay? Now, in a minute, we're going to say we have it on motor 1. When I like to just tap it first. And the reason why is because you can see where you are. If you tap it and nothing moves, then you know you need to move it up a little bit. And you can just move it up a little bit at a time. So move it up a little bit more, tap it, and now, yes, the card will move. So it'll move like this. Then you can tap it one more time and it'll move again. And then finally tap it one more time and maybe hold it and the card will fall off. You don't have to move it anymore because again, you want to see where you are. So you press it one more time, see if the deck moves. You might notice it will flinch, which is great because now you can say focus on the deck. Focus on the deck and you could press it and it'll just move such a tiny bit, but everyone around you will go, oh my God, I saw it move, which is fantastic. Now we move it up a little bit more and then touch it and it'll go bang and it'll move again. So obviously I'll have to do it like this. It'll move. And then you can just keep moving it up a little bit at a time, not too much, okay? And then eventually, when you get to about here, I would move it down a bit because it's on its edge. If you got it too high, what will happen is that'll come out and this will come out prematurely and you don't want that to happen. So we're going to go back, press it. That's what you want to happen. Again, this will be tight, so it won't be loose at all. Then you're going to whack it up to about 6. Don't be afraid. Don't go any more than 6. I don't know, try it. But no, go to about 6 because it may snap. So go to about 6, and then you press it and it will just fire out. It'll go like that. That's the hookup. That's how it works. I'm going to go through a performance walkthrough with everything that I'm doing, and then I'll show you how to clean up at the very, very end. So let's move on. This is a performance walkthrough for Exorcist. So you know the hookup, you know what's going on. So I'm going to turn this on, okay? Like this. Fantastic. I'm going to put it into the 2 position, like that. All right. And I'm going to get that ready behind there. Perfect. So this is what happens. You've got the box, you've got the putty next to you, ready to grab. Remember, this is the sofa. I'm not going to put it on top of a water bottle. That would look silly. So we're sat on a chair, ready to go. Have a card selected. like this. Just casually, you're going to pick up the putty and you're going to place it underneath the deck, give it a squeeze. Turn this anti-clockwise, very important, anti-clockwise like this, while they're having a look at the card. If I'll then have them sign it with a pen, tell them to show the card to everyone else. And this is a very important, as you know, because what I'm doing is I'm taking that top card off, instructing them to show the card to everybody else, and then I'm placing that on the top, ready for the jump, as you know. Now, very simply, take the card, put it in about halfway or just above half, so maybe around about there. It doesn't have to be exact, it's going to work regardless. We place that here, and then we place that down, give it a squeeze so it's stuck to the actual floor. Make sure it's parallel to the box, and then that is it, we are good to go. So, take your time, do whatever presentation you want. Remember, you're free to walk around or sit where you are. You've already got it into position 2. Now, if it doesn't move on position 2, all you can do is move it up just a little bit, and then it will work. So make sure the deck is nice and square. We're going to press number 1 now. In fact, I'll press it like this just for now. So watch, here we go. We're going to press it, and you see it just moves. And then you can make it move again, like that. And then finally, you want it to jump off. So I'm going to press it. Perfect. Now that is an incredible moment. That to me is my favorite part. Then you can throw this out of the way. Now, you don't need to move it up just yet, because you want to see where the tension is. So I'm going to press it one more time now. It may move, which is an effect in itself. So everyone just concentrate on the deck of cards. I want you to try and move, just really concentrate. You see that moved, right? And I'm just pressing the button, press it again, and it moves just ever so slightly. Now you want to whack it up a little bit, not too much, maybe go to number 3. Just a smidgen, and you're doing this all by your side, and you're holding it like this, and I'm just using my thumb to move it up like this, a little bit at a time. So I'm going to press it again. That's perfect. Now it's at the perfect bit. If you want, you can turn it down a little bit now, just a little tiny smidgen, and then it will fall. That's perfect. Now you're in the position for it to fire out. Now what we want to do is we probably want to put it to about 6, okay? Because otherwise it will just slide out. So we'll see how this works. So 3, 2, 1, boom. That is perfect. That's pretty amazing. Even I'm impressed. So now they can pick this card, they can examine it, and all you've got to do is clean up, pick the cards up, dislodge it, place that back on top of the deck like this, and that's it. You're pretty much finished. You can then pick these cards up, press motor 1 to shoot back in, and that's it. That is it. That is Exorcist. There's nothing more to it. Have fun. So you've just watched The Possession. I hope you like it. I'm going to go through everything you need to know. First of all, I'm going to show you of what you need. So you need a pack of cards, you need a glass, and you need your box. What we're going to do is we're going to be putting the reel into the box. So that's what we're going to be doing. So in we go. That's that done. Second of all, we're going to be using live. So put it on, put it in live mode, and we want you to put it at 2.5. Put that in your pocket. Sit back, relax, and let's go through the hookup. Okay, so now you know the position of the reel and the speed, which is 2.5. Again, the reel is in my back pocket, ready to go. So this is how I get into it. I've got the putty just behind this box, or it can be on top of the box, as you already know. So we're ready to go. So this is how it happens. First of all, we have a card selected, any card that you like, okay? Whilst they sign that card, sign the card, I won't look, and as you look away, you can just drop your hand, pick up the putty, so it looks really casual. As you turn around, you just do this, or remember it's invisible, they can't see it. As you ask them to show the card, you just attach it there. So that's my personal preference. All we do is we pick up the glass, we turn it around. All we're going to do is we're going to try to get this in line. You don't want it to be over here or over here. You want it to be in line, okay? So you place the deck down like this, okay? Now, normally, it won't be doing this, remember. It will be like this. It'll be nice and taut, like that. That's what will be happening. You can have this further away, like that. That's absolutely fine. Don't go crazy. Keep it in a good distance. But let's do it for here for now, because I haven't got enough string. Then I take the card, and we're going to place it into the deck. I would go probably about a quarter of the way, okay? Just not half, maybe about there, okay? But you can play around. So we place it in, and all we do is we push it in like this, like that. Obviously, it's a lot harder using wool. Now, all I'm doing is placing that on top of the glass, and I'm pushing a little bit. Now we're ready to go. What I love about this, I love the fact that the reel is inside of the box and not on you. I can move around, I can mix with the audience. You can be very far away and still do this. When you're ready, you just grab the controller from your pocket. I've got it in the 2.5 position, okay? And remember, we are on live. I am using mode to 2. Now, obviously, at this moment, we're using wool. But if I was to just tap that, what would happen is it would just move like this. Because you don't want the deck to fall off straight away. You want to move it a couple of times to make them jump and then have the cards fall off. So it's going to be 1, and then it'll go like this. You're going to go 2, press it again, and then it'll go like that. On the last one, you're going to press and hold it. When you press and hold it, this will fall like this, and it will not be tangled because remember, it will be taut. So all these cards will be free. Now we're pretty much near the end. All we're going to do is make that jump off, which is very, very easy. There's a few little tips. I wouldn't bring your hand here because there is a chance that you could move the card prematurely, which would kill the illusion. If you think about it, if you move your hand here and it starts to move, it gives the game away. So here's a little tip. Remember that this is taut, it's tight. Now what I'm doing is I bring my hand here. Remember, you'll have loads of room, so you can start here and go there. You can bring up your hand. Now what will be happening is the thread will be coming out of the box and not pulling here. So you won't be pulling here, you'll be pulling here. Makes sense? So you pull, 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 and then when you're ready, you come over and you'll have loads of slack. And the further you go, the higher you'll be able to be. So the further higher you go, you'll be able to, I mean, obviously I haven't got enough string here, so I'm a lot closer. But I would prefer to maybe be about there. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to move it up to around about 4. Now I understand that you can't see number 4, but it's okay. what I do is, as long as you get it between 3.5 and 5, that'll be perfect, okay? And you'll understand when you use it. If you just move it up, I'll try and do it now. So if I do this to about there, I don't know what I'm on, and I've got to 3.5, so that's great. 3.5 will do the job. And all you're gonna do is you're gonna tap motor 2 once. But as soon as you tap it, that card will go poof, and it will fly off. So you just go tap, I'll just show you. So I'm just gonna go tap on there, the card will fly off. You twist, it'll release itself. You can then place this, again this will be tight, you can just place that there, and if you want to, you can drop it down to number 1, press this, number 2, the thread will reel back in, and everything's examinable. So all that will be back inside of there. You can pick these cards up, place that back on top, put this glass there, take the card back. This is what I like this bit. Do whatever routine you want, and when you want, you can just pick the cards up, and because this is sticky, that'll be stuck against that box, and you can leave everything there. Of course, all of that thread will be sucked into the reel, and you're free to do whatever trick you want next. So that is it. That is the hookup. I'm now going to go through a performance walkthrough so you can see exactly of how it actually supposed to look. So let's take a look at that right now. Okay, so now we are going to do a performance walkthrough of the possession. So this is what happens. First of all, we have the card selected. Let's save this. As you know, while they are signing that card, I am now grabbing this putty. The putty is going to go around and then attach to the bottom. Okay? So the next thing is we grab the glass, we place it here. We're now going to take the card off the spectator. Now what I will say is I wouldn't go halfway, I would go quarter of the way. Halfway will work, but you don't want it to be too much tension. So I go around about here. This is nice, and it'll make it nice and easy for you. So we push that in. Now we're going to place the deck onto the glass. Another thing what I would say is make sure that the thread is in line with the motor. So if you have got it wrong, you can move the glass to get it in the right position. Make sure the box is in the right position. Do this box first, then get that. That is perfect. So now we're ready to go. All I've got to do is take the controller. It's already at 2.5, as you know. I'm going to press the motor. And what's great about this, remember, you're free to walk around. You can do it from over here. You can fold your arms. You can have the controller by your side. You can be closer. You can do whatever you want. So, motor 2. Here we go. Watch. We're going to make it flinch. Flinch again. Now, if I hold it down, it's going to make the cards come off. So what I'm doing is this. If I tap it, it will make it move a little bit. You see what I mean? Tap it again, move a little bit. But if I want the whole thing to come off, I can press and hold it like this. You see? Now we're going to do the jump. We need to move this to around about here. It doesn't have to be exact. Now, you do this without looking. Obviously, that would be too obvious. So we're going to go back to 2.5. And all I'm doing is I'm just moving it up a little bit. It doesn't have to be accurate. Now, I don't know what I've done. So look, there's a bang on number 4. I did not cheat that. Okay? So what I'm going to do is this. I could bring my hand here. Remember, the thread's going there. What I want to do is I want to get my hand to this position. But I do not want that card to move at the same time because it will give the illusion away. So in this instant, that card has moved a little bit. That's probably because I didn't put enough weight on. So maybe a little bit more than a quarter. But what I can do is I can put my hand here, lift my hand up. Then what will happen is I'm pulling the thread from the motor and I'm totally away from this card. So I can lift up, lift up, lift up, lift up. And now I can bring my hand really close. And as you can see, that card has not moved at all. As soon as I press this here, it's on number 4, that card will flip. As you can see, 3, 2, 1, like this. Perfect. I am now totally free. I can put the controller away, done. They can take this card, examine it, and while they're examining the cards, you just casually pick up the cards, place them there. Also, another little tip. Remember, you have the putty on the bottom. Now, when I put this down, I squeeze it. So now the cards are stuck. If I take this away, you'll notice that the bottom card is actually stuck to the glass. Now, what's great about that is that it makes the animation better. So I thought I'd let you know that. So all you do, as you say, they take the card away, you take the cards, and you can instead of pulling, you can twist, and it will just dislodge really, really easily. Just place that down there, gather these cards up, and also if you want to, you can put them away. You can also, if you want to retract it all, you can put this down to 1. I can press number 2. It's now all gone back in there. I've still got this 1 card, but if you want to, I can take these cards away and I can carry on my routine and leave that 1 card there. So that card has still got the thread, it's still on there. I can still use these cards, and that's it. That's how easy it is. Have fun. I hope you enjoyed it. That is the position.
This was the waterfall. So it really is a great trick. I know you have seen a lot of tricks where things fall, probably using invisible thread. The great thing about this example, that's why I wanted to show you this trick, is that once the bottle falls, you are 100% clean. Why? Because I used the program, and when the bottle fell in this case on the table, but you can do it on the floor or wherever you want, the thread after makes the bottle fall, it automatically retracts to your pocket using the Surya hoop system, which I have hooked up. So it's great because you can be, now this is a very small studio, but you can be like 2 meters apart, and once you make it fall, then the spectator can go there automatically to grab the bottle because they will not find anything. Why? Because the thread went through the floor automatically into your pocket. So the vibrations are very important, and the programming. So I'm going to explain you my programming. First of all, what I did was I placed the motors in ITR mode. So I pushed all the way to number 1. When I started the program, I was there. Why? Because when I removed my hoop, I was in number 1 for about 10 seconds. And then what I did was to place the thread around the neck of the bottle, so it's in ITR mode, because I'm actually pushing both motors at the same time in the recording. So I do that, okay? Then I come back, I do a vibration in the remote to alert me to the next step. The next step, I push the speed for about a 4 or 5, and then I push both motors at the same time, making the bottle fall, and then I push the speed all the way to the number 1 again, and then push both motors at the same time, making the thread retract automatically to my pocket. So I'm going to do the programming for you. So in this case, I add the remote in my pants, so, okay, like this. So you have this in your pocket, like this, and the reel. So in your left pocket. So when you start, you simply grab the hoop with your index and your thumb, like this, and you casually start the program. But before you start the program, while you are now, the motors are free, they are not doing anything. I haven't started my program just yet. So what this is good, because people can examine the bottle. They examine the bottle, they see that there is nothing to find out. And then what I'm going to simply do is pass the thread around the neck. But I'm going to start the program because I want some tension. So just like this, I just notice the tension, and it goes around the neck of the bottle, just like this, and you place it like so. Then it will buzz and then fall right away, okay? Now the thread is automatically 100% inside my pocket right now. So what this is great is that this really is 100% examinable right away. So once again, you have it like this, grab it casually, they can examine, push the button, a little buzz, now the thread is stretched, you place it around the bottle, just like this. I should have placed a little bit more of water to add some weight into it, because if you place a little bit more weight, you can go back and the bottle will not move. But it has very little water. Boom, like this, it will automatically read. I see the thread, it just went into my pocket, and I'm ready to perform the trick right away again. So this is the waterfall. I hope you
Imagine having a card selected, signed, placed inside the pack of cards, and then something crazy happens. But let's cut back. This one happens. So here comes the fun part. Let's get into it. So as you know, you have a card selected. You've also got your card clipping, your gravity belt clip. We're on motor 1, we're on. I've also got my controller on, ready to go. It's on live and it's in position 1. Now, there are a few different versions I'm going to teach you. There's a whole live version where you do the whole thing live, and there's another one where you do it half recorded and half live. Also, you're going to be holding the controller in your hand, but you could easily disguise this inside of a card case with a hole cut out at the end so you can use the buttons. So let's get into it. You have a card selected. Let's say it's the Queen of Spades. Place that there. Now, while the spectator is looking at that card, you're going to turn this over like this. You're going to grab your putty like that. You're going to come over your thumb, like I explained, and stick it in the middle. Turn that around, ready to perform the tilt, and you're ready to go. You take the card back, show the card to everybody else. In it goes with the tilt, pushing it in, pushing it down. Then we're going to cut it in half, like I showed you on the other video. Then all we've got to do is set that down, give it another good squeeze to make sure it's really stuck against that card. We walk over. We put it into the position about there, okay? You step back, and that's it. You are pretty much ready to go. So now we're going to go to live, and we're going to do it. Okay, so we're ready to go. So what you're going to do is you're going to have your controller in your hand. Now, in a minute, I need to walk. The reason why I like to stand back is, first of all, we are really far away from the pack of cards. So it gives the impression that there can be nothing attached. Look how far away. In fact, I even probably walk away a little bit further than this, okay? I like to show my hands empty. So everything is cool, ready to go. And I'm just gonna walk forward. But before I walk forward, I'm gonna press and hold motor 1 as I do it. Press and hold motor 1 in position 1. The reason why I do that is if I was to walk forward now, there would be thread everywhere because obviously it's not being retracted back into the reel. So it could snag and get underneath my shoe. So I press, number 1, motor 1 is held. And it's, again, don't be worried because it's not strong enough to move the pack of cards on motor 1. So I can walk forward. Okay, that's great. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to hook the thread on my thumb. Okay, so I'm going to hook my, and I know I can feel the thread. The thread is here, so it's coming. It's literally just coming. It's going from here diagonally down, and I'm just going to grab it with my thumb there. Okay, and bring it into position, and it wants to be directly over the pack of cards. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to move my motor up to around number 2. Now obviously when you practice this over and over again, you don't need to look at the controller, you can just do it because you just know of where it is. If you want, you can put a bit of Velcro there, but for now, just put it into number 2 so you can see it. You're going to press and hold that, and at the same time, you're going to lift this hand up. Now as you lift your left hand up, it will cut the deck. So I'm pressing number 2, pressing motor 1, sorry. I lift up with my hand very slowly, and I mean like a millimeter at a time. And I just do it again. As soon as it looks about, it's just about to fall, like that, I let go of everything. Now I'm free. Nothing's attached. I can now walk back. I'm not touching anything. The good thing about this, so I can walk back over here, get to the position where I want it to be. Let's say about here. Now normally I like to be a little bit further away, probably another meter, in fact. So this is where it becomes fun. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it into position number. Now if I was another meter away, I'd probably put it into probably number 5. But I'm a little bit close, so I'm probably going to put it into number 4, and that should jump the card out. So here we go. Let's see what it looks like. That's perfect. Now, as I say, I would normally have that in number 5 if I was a lot further away. Now we're going to drop it down to around about 2. Again, that should make the card slide. And when it gets to about here, I'm going to lift up my foot and lock it on. Also, every floor is different. You see, when we performed it, like you saw in the video, it was on a wooden floor. So I think it was actually on number 2 then, and it slid across beautifully. Now this floor, it's got a bit of friction to it, so probably actually, before I do it, I'm actually going to put it to number 3. Okay, so let's see what happens. 3, 2, 1. Now that's okay, and I can put my foot there. I would say, now doing it, now I know, I could probably put that to about maybe 3.5, and I'd be happy with the speed that. Again, you can practice the speed that you want. Again, if it's on a carpet, if it's on a wooden floor, you'll know. So, all we're going to do, now it's under my foot, I can easily get the thread. I'm not doing anything. And I can get it to the perfect position, so the thread's running from here, over my thumb, down to the card. I can then release the card, put this into the desired speed, which is probably around about 6 or 7, and that will make the card shoot up, and all I've got to do is catch it. So watch, 3, 2, 1, and perfect, I can catch the card. Now that was quite slow. If you want, you can have it really, really fast. I mean, let's just try it on a more of a faster speed. So we're going to put my foot there, that's where it was, bring it here, and let's go for, I don't know, let's go for maybe 7.5, so it's pretty much near the max. Lift my foot, press, and catch, all right? Again, if you want to go to 8, you can do. And that is it. Turn it around, show the card that it is in fact the Queen of Spades. And that is it. So that's Exorcist Part 2. I'm now going to show you the half recorded and half live. We're going to do that now. Okay, so we're going to do half recording, half live. The reason why I like to do this is because I like to really stand back and have my hands completely empty and walk up to the deck of cards and do everything so they can see that I haven't got anything in my hands. Then I walk back and I actually only use the controller at the very end where the card jumps out, slides and jumps to my hand. And I think because you're only holding the controller for not so long, you can get away with it very, very, very easily. So this is what we're going to record. First of all, we're going to put it to record, okay? And we're going to have it in setting 1. And also on the side of your motor machine, you've got 3 different recording settings that you can use. So choose one of them at your will. Also, I'm going to be using the vibration. The reason why I'm going to be using the vibration is I'm going to be using them as cues. So first of all, the first vibration will tell me to walk forward. The second vibration will tell me to put my hand here. And the third vibration will tell me it's finished and then I can walk back. So that's what we're going to be doing. So you're basically going to be doing it as if you were performing it, because it will do it exactly the same as you record it. So what's going to happen is when I press vibration, that will begin the recording process straight away. So I want you to imagine that you're performing it. So here we go. You press that. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold motor 1. Remember, we don't want all the thread to be relaxed. So we press motor 1, we hold it. Now I'm going to give myself a vibration to tell me to walk forward. So now I can walk forward and I know nothing's going to be wrong. Okay? Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep hold of motor 1, bring my hand by getting the thread there, and I'm going to give myself a vibration to tell me that it's going to now go to number 2. So now I'm going to press the motor 1 again, hold it, and I give myself a few seconds, then cut it. But you want to have enough time to do this. And then when you slowly cut it, like this, I want you to let go. Then I'm going to give myself a vibration to walk back. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to take it off record. So that is it. That is all I record. That means now I can walk back like this, grab the controller, switch it to live, and do everything I told you to do in the previous video, ending with holding the card like this. And that is how I do Exorcist Part 2. What I'm going to do though is we're going to cut to the next video. I'm just going to square that deck up and I'm going to press play and show you what I've literally just recorded. So let's do that now. Okay, so we are now ready. I've squared the deck up. We're ready to play what we've just recorded. So as soon as I press this, it'll do everything that I've just said, what I've just done. So here we go. Okay, so we're now in play. So remember, it's going to give me a vibration to walk forward. Now, I think I was doing a lot of talking, which is good because you want a lot of talking before you walk forward. So we're going to wait for the vibration. I can walk forward now, like this. I can then also put my thumb into position, like that. Now, it's going to give me a vibration. It's going to tell me it's going to go to speed 2. And you'll also feel it that it goes to speed 2 anyway. So now that's it. I've got the vibration there. That's it. I can now feel that it's actually changed. I can actually start to move that like this. It will now cut. Perfect. And then I'm just going to hold it there, because what's going to happen now is it will give me a vibration to tell me that I can actually start to walk back. Now, there we go, that's the vibration. So you can time that. Obviously that was quite long. And the reason why it was quite long, and it's also giving me a vibration to tell me that it's finished. That was quite long because when we were doing it, I was doing a lot of talking. So you would do that in performance to get the timing just right for you. And that's it. Now I can walk back like this, and I can pick the controller up. I can switch to live like this. We can make that jump out by giving it one of them, like one of those. You can make that card fly to you. Now, don't worry, that's just got another card attached to it, like that. I'm just doing this very, very quickly. And put my hand on there. Then, obviously, bring my hand here. Bring this up to maybe around about 6 or 7. Let go of my hand. Press this, and then the card will fly up to your hand. And that's on very slow. You probably whack that up to a number 8. I'll just do that for you now. Putting it up to about there. And 3, 2, 1. Perfect. So there we go. So have fun. That is Exorcist Part 2. Enjoy. Keep your eyes fixed on the coin.
Godlow on the track.
I've got to say, this is one of my favourite effects to perform. I believe this could be one of my best creations. So here is the secret. How is it possible that you can spin a coin but then have it drop to the floor and then spin back up? I'm going to tell you the secret. So first of all, I'm going to tell you where I have the motor. First of all, you don't need the controller. Okay, all we're going to be doing is recording one tension. That's it. And I'll do that in the second video. It's very, very easy. So the motor is on here. All right. Obviously, we don't have these on there, but the motor's on there. And in this instance, I think I'm using motor 1, but I'll confirm that in the next video. And also, when I do this, I'll show you the size of the putty. It's very, very small. It's probably a very, very small pea. It's a very small pea. Okay, you don't want to be, you want it to be tiny. All right, so I'm just going to put that back there. We're not going to use that now. So, but obviously, I've got these really big ones because we've got the wool attached to it. So I'm going to teach you exactly how it goes. So first of all, you can borrow a coin. The best coins are, I would say, either a £1 coin, a €1 is good, 10 pence is great. Okay, so this is how you do it. You borrow a coin, and you get them to sign the coin. So this is what I do: borrow the coin, give them the coin, give them the pen, and as they're signing the coin, it's so easy. You just go in here and grab the putty. No one's watching you, no one's trying to catch you. All right, so I just go in there and grab the putty off the motor. All right, now it will be like this because it will be in tension mode. All right, and so all we're going to do is we attach the putty to the bottom of the coin, which is like this. Now this is a very easy an effect. I know it looks very, very difficult, but once you get the hang of it, it is very, very easy. Let me show you the actual hookup of how it works. So what I'm doing is I'm saying keep your eyes fixed on the coin. And the secret is how it drops is because it's in the mouth. I show you the coin and I'm going to bring this thread into my mouth by saying I want you to keep your eyes, and I'm bringing the thumb up, keeping your eyes on the coin. Now, because we've got wool, I'm having to bring this closer, but normally my hand would be here and my hand would be here because obviously the thread stretches, goes in and out of the motor. So, keep your eyes fixed on the coin, my thumb comes up, I point to my eyes, keep your eyes on the coin, and as I turn, that is how the thread is going in my mouth. So keep your eyes fixed on the coin. There. I bring it down, okay? And I just close my mouth, okay? And if you want to, you can actually take, I know it sounds a bit weird, but you can take your tongue and just hook the thread around your tongue, or just sort of, just nip it between your tongue and your teeth. Don't bite it because you'll snap it, but it's very, very easy to do. You'll understand when you do it. So here, there, in your mouth, bring it down. That'll be here now. Now, when you spin the coin, you will not be spinning the coin with the putty on the top. You're going to be spinning the coin with the putty on the bottom. And believe it or not, the putty stays on the bottom. Now, the reason for this is because it's a centrifugal force, which keeps it upright, okay? For this demonstration, I'm going to have to do that, all right? So it doesn't look like that, it will look like this. And in a second, I'm going to show you a close-up of how to actually spin the coin, okay? Once you've spinned the coin, and the coin is spinning in air, this is how it moves from here to here. What's happening is it's not actually moving, I'm giving the illusion by moving with the coin. So it's actually my body and my head that moves it. So I spin it, I move it, and this is a great illusion. I don't actually put my finger around the coin, I'm actually going round like this, okay? And I can do this really fast, and what I'm doing is I'm actually going at an angle, okay? And I keep a straight finger, but when you do it fast, it really looks like it's going round the coin, okay? I only do that a little bit, so I go round, 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 and then I'll go back with this hand, like this. So this is the secret of the drop. Remember, it's like this in my mouth. This is what the drop looks like. That's the drop, okay? It's dropping between both of my thumbs. It's very simple. That's it. That's how it drops. Very simple to do. So, one more time. From there, back over here. There. Now, all I've got to do, I can leave it there as long as I want, but not too long, because you don't want the spin to stop. And all you do to bring it back up, you're now separating. All I'm doing is I'm separating my hands, look. That's all I'm doing is I'm separating my hands, bringing this hand down and have that going up. So it's drop, let it spin, bring my hands apart. This hand goes down, this one here, goes down a little bit more, and then that goes to my hand. Then you can sort of turn your hand at the same time, and that will land like this, and you can give it a bit of a jiggle. And now the cleanup is really simple. You literally take the putty off and let go. As you let go, it will shoot back in there, right to your motor, hand the coin back, and you're ready to go again and again and again. So we're going to take a little bit of a close-up right now of how you actually spin the coin properly. Let's do that now. Okay, so I just want to show you the position of the coin, and then I'm going to show you how to spin it with the thread actually in my mouth. So what I'm doing is, this is the position, okay? Thumb, coin, I've got my index finger, and I'm also bringing my middle finger here, and then I'm also bringing my thumb here. So that is the position I'm in. So thumb, index, finger to support it, thumb to support it. Now what I'm doing is I'm bringing my other index finger here, so this is the position. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to really, when I get the coin, I squeeze it like this. And the reason for that, I squeeze it, then relax. I want to create a little groove in my thumb here, and I want to create a little groove in my finger here. The reason why is because this is going to make it easy to spin it, because they spin amongst the groove. Now, once you've done this, you want to keep the tension quite tight, and you're going to pull down like you was to pull down on starting a lawnmower, okay, a motor of some kind. And with this hand, the thumb's going to go this way. So it's kind of like down here, and you move this hand like that, and that will make it spin really, really good. So I'm just going to show you right now with the actual thread. One more. Okay, so I'm going to tell you how to record the tension. Really, really easy. Probably one of the easiest records you're going to do. So first of all, put your motor in there, make sure it's on. Pick which setting that you want it to be on. It's up to you. Remember, the motor needs to be facing this way. And whatever you do, make sure whichever motor you're using, make sure it's at the top. So, first of all, I want you to take your controller and you can either choose 1.5 or 1.75. Now, I'll tell you the difference. If you want the coin to drop really far down, put it to 1.5. If you don't want it to go all the way, but you want it to drop, go to 1.75. I suggest, because you're practicing for the first time, maybe go for 1.75 just to get the feel of it, or even maybe 2, which won't drop very much at all, but it'll give you a good indication. So what you're going to do is, first of all, put it into the record setting. Do that for me now. I'm going to put mine into 1.5. And then what I'm going to do, as soon as I hit the vibration, it's going to start the recording. All right, so here we go. Also, you want to get a phone or anything, and I'm going to get a little stopwatch. All we're going to do is going to record the tension for 1 minute. All right, I'm just going to hold on to the motor. So I'm using motor 1. So here we go. I'm going to press the vibration. That starts. I'm going to hold on to motor 1. I'm going to press this, okay? And that's it. As soon as that gets to a minute, I'm going to let go, and I'm going to give myself a vibration to tell me that it's finished. That should be easily enough time for you to do the effect. I think the actual effect from start to finish is probably no more than like 40 seconds, probably. So we're nearly there. We're on 30 seconds. And that'll do, that's a minute. All right, so brilliant. We'll stop that, let go of this, give myself a vibration. That'll tell me that it stopped, and then flick it straight to play mode, and that's it. So I'm going to put this away. Just going to turn this off for a second. So I want to tell you of how you get into it. So first of all, you can have this controller anywhere you'd like. I'm going to probably place it into my pocket like here, okay? And all you're going to do is you're going to borrow the coin, have it signed, attach the putty to the coin, and then when you're ready, you're just going to drop your side and press any button. It doesn't have to be the vibration. You can press motor 1, motor 2, the vibration. As long as it's in play mode, then it will start the process straight away, and then you're good to go, and then that's it. Have fun. Hope you enjoy it. I'll see you soon. Keep your eyes fixed on the coin.
Godlow on the track.
So this is Gravity Ring. This is probably the most hardest one to perform. The whole thing is done on record, so there's no live whatsoever. First of all, I'm going to show you the hookup, and I'm going to show you the position of where the reels are going to go, and then we'll get into the recording later on. So this is how it works. I have got my motor into my belt, into my gravity clip inside of there, okay? And we'll just put the controller to one side in your pocket, and now we're going to go through the hookup. Okay, so this is the hookup. You've got the motor inside of here. This is how the actual effect works. First of all, you borrow a ring, or you can use your own ring. The good thing about using your own ring is that it's going to be the same weight every single time. So that is quite important. So first of all, you're going to take the putty out. Maybe you can have your ring examined. You place the putty through here, like this, okay? All you've got to do is you've got to make out that you're moving things out of the way. So, but secretly, you're actually attaching the putty to your anchor point. Now, this can be a bottle, it can be a jug of water. So we're going to attach that like this, okay? Make sure it's attached on. And we're going to move that into position. I also like to have the putty on the back of the anchor point. So it's round the back of here so no one can see it. And if it's a bottle of wine, it will discard it anyway. And the reason why is because obviously it's going to be a small piece of putty. We're using a big one just for demonstration purposes because we have the wool. So that is there. And you just want to move the glass out of the way and place the ring down. So this is exactly how it works. First of all, I step back like this, and this is all on the program that I'm going to record. But what we're going to be doing is this. First of all, we're going to program it to lift the ring up like this, okay? And it will do that. Okay, obviously, it's not doing it on here because we've got the wool, okay? And it'll hold it like that. Then we're going to be able to walk forward like this, but keeping the tension because we will record it. Then I will place my hand here, and what's going to happen is this whole thing is going to be reeled into the motor, and that's going to give the illusion like it's floating. So it's going to go from there to there. Then I'll be able to bring my hand round here. The motor will cut off, and that will go dish into my hand. I'm then going to move the glass into position, okay? Also, you can use, we're using a tall glass here, but it's probably best to actually just use a small one, but this will be fine. So all we're going to do is I'm going to step back, and then the program will tighten everything up like this, and then you'll have a time period to basically let it go and lift your hand up. And as you lift your hand up, it will travel along the thread into its position. And if you want it to stop at any point, you can bring your hand down. So for instance, obviously it's a lot harder doing this with wool. So it'll go down. The more I bring my hand up, the more it will go down, okay, like this. And then when I know it's getting towards a glass, I'll be bringing my hand down like this, okay? And when I know it's in position, it's a lot harder. So this is a lot harder with wool. And then when it's in position, it will drop, everything will drop like that. It'll be more like this because obviously I'm hooked up. So I'll just show you what it looks like. It'll be there, and then it'll go like this, not like that. It will go like this, and then all you've got to do is come over here and tip the ring out. And then it'll basically unravel itself like that, but because you won't see it do this, it'll do it with on the one motion. And then that's it. All you've got to do is take this, and you've got a few options. If it's your own ring, you can just snap this. You can place this on your finger. You can move everything into position. Maybe give yourself a glass of water. All you can do is detach it, and you can walk away. So there's a few ways you can get rid of it, or you can undo it, and everything will shoot back through the ring and back onto the motor, leaving you free. So that's the hookup. It's a lot more difficult doing it with the actual red wool. I am now going to switch to a recording, and then we're going to play what I've recorded. So let's do that now. This is the performance walk down of Gravity Ring. So I'm all set up, got the motor here, I've just got the controller down here just for now, and it's in play mode, ready to go. So I'm going to go here, grab the putty, take the ring, place it through. I'm going to place that on the jug or the bottle. We're going to move that into position, move the glass out of the way, place the ring down, take a step back. All I've got to do now is to press this in play mode. Obviously, it can be any button that you like. Obviously, it can be in your pocket as well. So we press that now. What will happen is, first of all, I am opening the jacket a little bit to leave some space. And what will happen is it will jump up. Perfect. Now, what will happen now is I can tell of when it's finished, which is then. I can now walk forward, and what's going to happen is it's going to give me a buzz to tell me that it's actually going to rise up. So watch very, very carefully. Here we go. There's the rise. I can then bring my hand here and it will drop. Bring the ring glass into position about there. Take a step back. Now the tension is going to come on, which is there. Wait for a few seconds, then release. As I release, the ring will go there, and then also it will give me a buzz to tell me of when it's going to drop. Here we go, drop. Fantastic. I can now walk forward, tip out the glass, and then all I've got to do now is clean up, move everything out of the way. You can even put the ring on like this, take the putty off, and also you can keep it on number 2, so it will shoot back there and back into your motor, and that's it. So first of all, I'm going to show you live of what's actually happening and what you need to be doing on the controller. Then we're going to record this. You're going to need a piece of paper and a pen. Not right now, just watch what I'm going to do. So this is what you're going to record in a second. I'm not going to record it now because I'm going to be talking to you. Therefore, the recording will be a lot longer than what it should be. Once you've placed the ring down, I'm already in the hook-up position. I take a step back away from the table. Also, we are using a smooth table. This probably works better on a cloth table anyway. First of all, what's going to happen? What makes that ring jump on the side? Well, 2.5 will make that tip up. And what I do is because the motor's here, I kind of open my jacket a little bit by sort of using my hands. Therefore, the jacket is not getting in the way. So here we go. That should make it jump up like that. Hang on a second. Put that back there. Here we go. Put that to 2.5. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Perfect. There we go. If you want, you can even you can always play around with it. Like if you go for 3, like this, you may see it'll jump up a little bit more. So you've got to play around with what the speed is right for you. All right. So once you've done that, I've written this down. You then I'm going to buzz myself. That tells me to walk forward. So I'm going to walk forward. I'm now going to drop it down to number 1. We're going to tap the motor twice. Why? Because at the minute all the thread is loose. Now if I press and hold number 1, it will make the ring fall over. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. It didn't then, but you don't want it to. And also it moved it a little bit more. So I'm going to show you again. I'm going to step here. I'm going to put it up like that. Okay. Now when I walk forward, what I do is I tap it twice instead of holding it. So tap, tap. That makes, you see, it didn't move as much, so it's good. Now what's going to happen is I'm going to give myself another buzz, okay, like this, and we're going to move it from number 2, sliding it up to number 6.5. Again, it might be slightly different for you. It's because, first of all, the table might be a different height. So if you place it further away or closer to you, will change of how it floats up. We're in number 2, so from 2, I'm going to open my jacket a little bit. I'm going to go from press motor 1, from 2 all the way to 6.5. like this, and then I will let it go. Now, it won't wobble when you're performing. Drop like that. Now what you're going to do is you'll put the glass in position, and now we're going to go to number 6. I don't need to give myself a buzz because you can really feel the tension. I'm going to press motor 1 now. That instantly tightens it up. If I show you, it's really tight at this moment in time. Now this is where you need to time it. Get into the position that you want to be, then press number 6 with motor 1. That's nice and tight. Okay, this is a lot difficult doing it with one hand. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up with my hand. The thread is on my thumb. So you let it go like this, and it travels all the way. Now, I can make it travel further by lifting up my thumb. If I lift up my thumb, it will travel further, okay? If I want it to stop traveling, I will go down, I will just stop there. Then what you're going to do is I will release it doing this, right? I'll then walk forward, tip it out like that. I'm then going to give myself another buzz like this, drop it down to 1.75 and then hold it. Why am I now, before you press that, what you would have done at this point is you'd have tipped it out. You're going to give yourself a buzz because that tells you to grab the ring before it kicks into 175, but you should have done it before then. So you tip it. By this point, you would have grabbed it like this. It will give you a buzz like that. It's now in 1.75. Why have I done that? Because what's going to happen is if I'm holding this, when I go to move everything out of the way and take this off, don't forget this will still, I know you can't see this, but there's thread all here. Don't forget it's in 175, so what will be happening is the thread will want to, you can see the putty, that will now shoot back. You see it's back here on there, and that's what you want to happen in that motion. I know it's a lot to take in, but this is the most difficult one on the project. But once you've recorded it, you have got a masterpiece. You've only got to record it once. Well, you've got to keep recording it until you get it perfect. But once you've got it perfect, that's it. You keep it in that mode and you can do it time and time again. Just don't over-record it by accident. So that's it. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to do it in real time, recording it as I'm saying it, and then we're going to play what I've recorded. Let's do that now. Okay, so now we're in the record mode. What I suggest you do is get yourself a pen and paper. The reason for that is because what you're going to do is, in a second, what you should have done is when you've gone through all the live modes to find out of what works, what makes it tip over, what speed goes to the top, you can write them all down like I have, and then you can go through the record time. So we're in record mode. I am in position. I've got my notes here. Here we go. So here we go. I am now recording. So first of all, I want nothing to happen just for a few seconds. Here we go. Buzz. 2.5. Perfect. Hold it down for a second. Relax. Buzz. I walk forward. Drop down to number 1. Tap it twice. Tap, tap. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to open the jacket a little bit. Go from number 2. Okay? Give myself a buzz to tell me it's going to happen. Motor 1 from 2 all the way to number 6.5. Hold it for a second. Now it's going to drop. Let go. Walk back. Drop down to number 6. Press motor 1 for the tension. Hold it for a second. 1, 2, 3. Let it go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Release. Walk forward. Tip the ring out. Drop it down to 1.75. Give myself a buzz. I should have picked it up by now. I'm now going to press this and hold it. I'm now just going to hold this for quite a while, because at this point I'd be moving that jug over here. I'd have taken off the putty. I'd have probably released it around the ring. Now that putty will probably be back on my motor, but just to be sure, I'm just going to hold it on 1.75 just a little bit longer, because I want to be sure on this. That's it, release. Give myself a buzz, end program. Should we see if I did it? Okay, so we are in play mode. I'm going to play exactly what I've recorded. I think I got it right. Again, if it's wrong, I just go back and record it again. So here we go. We are now going to go to play. This is the big moment. It's going to give me a few seconds, nothing happens, remember? It's going to give me the buzz. Here we go, the buzz is gone. It's going to go, ooh, a little bit. That's okay, that's fine. It's going to now give me a buzz to walk forward. That's the buzz. It's going to go 1-1. It did it. Okay, so now it's going to go from 2 to 6.5. Oh, it's going to buzz. Here we go. Fantastic. Bring my hand here. It will drop. Brilliant. Move the glass there. I'm going to move back. It will give me the tension of 6. There's a 6. I counted to 3. 1, 2, 3. And then I think, here we go, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think that was around about it. Boom! We go over here, we're going to tip the glass out. Now, I need to grab the ring. It will now go to 1.75. This, give me the buzz. It's going to do it. It's actually going to do it right now. It is doing it now. I can take this off. Obviously, you wouldn't perform it like this. I'm just going to show you. Take it. As soon as I let go there, that's it. That's it. And boom, boom, it's on there. We did it. So thank you very much. Enjoy. Have fun. God bless.
In the next section, you are going to see some effects that were actually invented from Surya Kumar from India. Surya released the Surya ITR together with James George, and they were kind enough, both James and Surya, to allow me to explain exactly the very same effects using my ITR. They loved the ITR, and for that reason they allowed me to explain. So I really hope you enjoy these effects that you are going to see in this section. Use just the hoop system. I really love them, particularly the rubber band one. I think is genius. Is one of the best that you can do in close-up with borrowed objects, with borrowed rubber band, sorry. So it's very cool. Of course, you need to practice a lot. So just go ahead, grab your Gravity ITR, and thank you very much, Surya Kumar and James George, for allowing me to explain these effects in this project.
favorite classics of magic. We're going to be teaching the rising card routine with the new story device. And to me, this is one of the best methods ever for accomplishing this effect, as you can borrow the deck of cards. It's easy to do, and it instantly resets, and you can repeat it. And no problems, no mechanics or batteries or wireless devices, and it's completely simple. And so you just start with the standard position. The thread's looped around the thumb of your left hand. You have the spectator select a card, and then you want to grip the card so that the thread's running down the middle of the pack. Yeah, give them a good demo on that. And then, so yeah, just show them there. Yeah, perfect. Insert it in the loop, let it go, and then you want to do a grip with your right hand, I'm thinking. Yeah, so you can riffle it.
It's just a card.
Sure.
And this is the place where you're going to place the card.
Okay.
Okay, here.
So you want to do that really smooth so you don't
Yes.
cut that line. And you want to, what are you doing? You're bringing the tension off of the line by drawing the deck back towards yourself.
Yeah. And I'm holding on top of the thread.
So you kind of grip it with your thumb,
Yes.
pinching that.
Yeah, this is the way.
Right.
And I can show the box empty.
Okay. So that's how you're justifying this action
Yes.
here.
And here's the thing that what I'm going to do is, I just take the box inside the track of the
Yeah, okay.
threads.
So you're going to practice putting that in there
Yes.
smooth without
Very
problem.
easy to do.
Yeah, just
No problem.
Uh-huh.
No need of worrying about that.
right.
Just this way.
Oh,
And
see,
I
that's
just take
beautiful.
all
Okay.
the cards and I just place it. Okay, then I close the two flaps.
Got it.
Then I can close the top. So that why I'm doing is that people can see there is nothing there.
Yeah, see, I think this is really
Yes.
great.
Yes,
Yeah.
you can close the box. Okay, and how to rise it.
Yeah, and no other rising card routine would let you close the box like this.
Yes,
Yeah.
you can close the box,
Yeah.
and this is the way how the thread is going on. And just hold it with your thumb
Uh-huh.
and the middle finger. You can hold it this way,
Okay.
and your thumb gonna rises your card.
Yeah, so the right thumb engages the loop,
Yeah,
which causes this to start to open.
And this creates the rising.
You just do that really slowly and smooth.
Yeah, and you have to stop at that point.
Okay.
When you rise it 80%.
About 80% of the card is
80%, yeah.
stop. Okay.
And you're gonna stop it,
Okay.
and you're gonna grab the card. Okay.
Beautiful.
And now, how to clean it? It's very simple.
Okay, clean up.
Yeah, it's very simple. The way I do is I just
Tip that back.
tip the pack towards me.
Sure.
And I just turn.
And just rotate it around.
Yeah, just
As you're setting it down on the
I
table.
can show you once
Okay,
again. It's just like this.
This?
And what I do is,
Beautiful.
and the both can be examined,
Yeah.
and you're ready to do once again.
this is a great routine you can do with a borrowed ring. So you want to start by having the ring on your first finger of your right hand. The thread's in the standard position, you just transfer it to your right finger. And then what you're doing is you're going to allow the ring to just rest on the palm of your right hand. You want to keep this finger down so that the ring stays flat on your palm, and then you can cause it to.
And I'm just lowering my palm down.
So you just lower your hand, and it causes the ring to stand up. And then as you're doing that, you're going to transfer your left thumb.
And my left thumb, where my ring finger.
Oh, I see. So it's kind of like you're making the Vulcan sign
Yes.
from Star Trek. And just having the thread come through those two fingers there. Okay, so basically you're doing a move now where you're going to be catching it in midair using your middle finger and your thumb of your right hand.
And here's the part. What I'm going to do is I just clip with my flush.
So you just want to catch it on the flesh of your ring finger of your left hand.
Yes. And I just make a bit lower.
So there's kind of a downhill slope, so gravity can cause it to just slide right along the line, right onto your other finger. So it's kind of a beautiful little close-up effect you can do. Great for a close-up walk around.
You can just leave it, and then just the thread goes down to
the reel, and you're all clean.
And it's clean.
Yeah, beautiful. classics of magic. We're going to be teaching the rising card routine with the new story device. And to me, this is one of the best methods ever for accomplishing this effect, as you can borrow the deck of cards. It's easy to do, and it instantly resets, and you can repeat it, and no problems, no mechanics or batteries or wireless devices, and it's completely simple. And so you just start with the standard position. The thread's looped around the thumb of your left hand. You have a spectator select a card, and then you want to grip the card so that the thread's running down the middle of the pack. Yeah, give them a good demo on that. And then, so yeah, just show them there. Yeah, perfect. And start it in the loop, let it go, and then you want to do a grip with your right hand, I'm thinking. Yeah, so you can riffle it.
It's just a card.
Sure.
And this is the place where you're going to place the card.
Okay.
Okay, here.
So you want to do that really smooth so you don't
Yes.
cut that line. And you want to, what are you doing? You're bringing the tension off of the line by drawing the deck back towards yourself.
Yeah. And I'm holding on top of the thread.
So you kind of grip it with your thumb,
Yes.
pinching that.
Yeah, this is the way.
Right.
And I can show the box empty.
Okay. So that's how you're justifying this action here.
And here's the thing that what I'm going to do is, I just take the box inside the track of the
Yeah, okay.
threads.
So you're going to practice putting that in there
Yes,
smooth without
very
problem.
easy to do.
Yeah, just
no problem.
Uh-huh.
No need of worrying about that.
right.
Just this way. And
See,
I
that's
just take
beautiful.
all
Okay.
the cards and I just place it. Okay, then I close the two flaps.
Got it.
Then I can close the top. So that why I'm doing is that people can see there is nothing there.
Yeah, see, I think this is really
Yes.
great.
Yes,
Yeah.
you can close the box. Okay, and how to rise it.
Yeah, and no other rising card routine would let you close the box like this.
Yes,
Yeah.
you can close the box,
Yeah.
and this is the way how the thread is going on. And just hold it with your thumb
Uh-huh.
and the middle finger. You can hold it this way,
Okay.
and your thumb gonna rises your card.
Yeah, so the right thumb engages
Yes.
the loop,
Yeah,
which causes this to start to
Yes.
open.
And this creates the rising.
You just do that really slowly and smooth.
Yeah, and you have to stop at that point.
Okay.
When you rise it 80%.
About 80% of the card is
80%, yes.
stop. Okay.
And you're gonna stop it,
Okay.
and you're gonna grab the card. Okay.
Beautiful.
And now, how to clean it? It's very simple.
Okay, clean up.
Yeah, it's very simple. The way I do is I just
Tip that back.
tip the pack towards me.
Sure.
And I just turn.
And just rotate it around.
Yeah, just
As you're setting it down on the
I'll
table.
show you once
Okay,
again. It's
got
it's just like this.
This.
And what I do is,
Beautiful.
and the both can be examined,
Yeah.
and you're ready to do once again.
so that was the performance of the Rising Phoenix. So I'm going to show you there's two different variations of how to do this effect. Number one, you can have the pack of cards in the glass from the very, very beginning. You can even have it covered with a glass, huge big glass jar. And instead of having a card selected, you can force a card with a different coloured pack of cards, or force a card in any other way that you'd like. And then you can have everyone concentrate on the glass jar, on the cards, and have the box open whenever you like. Or you can have the cards shuffled, you can have the card selected, you can have it signed, and then place in the glass. So I'm going to show you both variations, and we're going to do that. We're going to do that now. Okay, so in a second I'm going to get the white string so you can see exactly of what's going on. First of all, I just want to show you just a studio performance of what is actually happening. I am using the live setting. I'm going to set it to number 5. And what's happening is we've got the reel inside of this wallet, which is just behind the table, which I've shown you in previous videos. And that just sits behind. It doesn't have to be in a wallet, it can be just in a card case. And no one's going to suspect it, it's just something you've taken out of your pockets. Again, it doesn't have to be a wallet or a pack of cards, you can literally hide it behind anything you'd like. So what's happening is, and I will get the white string in just a second, the thread is coming from here and going into the pack of cards, and one card selected is going in the pack. More on that in a second. So I'm just going to show you what I do. So I've got it on number 5. If I hit it, that will open like this, and then I can have the card rise out, and all I'm doing is I'm just hitting motor number 1, and then whenever I want, it will jump out like this. I'm now going to get the string. Again, I don't have to be stood here, I can be standing anywhere I'd like. We're going to get the white string. I'm going to show you exactly of what's going on. We'll do that now. Okay, so what you're going to do is you're going to take your motor, place it inside of your wallet in a card case, or you can just use it just as it is for now without anything. What you're going to do is you're going to take some thread from, say, motor 1 or motor 2, doesn't matter which one it is, apply some putty to it. So, and then all we do is we take 2 playing cards and we just stick it in the middle. So one goes there, and we're going to sandwich that thread between 2 cards. So all we're doing is we're placing the putty here in the middle, sandwiching it together, and that is practically, there's not much to it than that. So now we've got that sandwiched in there, so it'll be stuck together. You're going to place your reel where you want it to be. I would say it needs to be directly behind it. I'm not too far away, but you can play around with the distance. So let's say I'm going to place mine here, so I want to pretend the reel's in there. You then take your pack of cards. You also need your card that you're going to force, so let's say we're going to force the Jack of Spades. Put that to one side. So all we do is we place that in the front of the card case, like so. Okay, and then that's practically it. All we've got to do now is place your force card in the middle of the pack. I'll do a close-up of this in just a second. So that goes in here, and we can put the card in about middle. Okay, and this is a lot more difficult doing it with string than it is real thread. So I'm going to place that in there, and we're going to show you of what this looks like. I'm going to close that box like that, and now you can close the lid on that now. And the thread is going to the motor, like so. So what's happening is, and I'll do a close-up of this. What's happening is, I've got it on live. I've got it on setting 5. When I hit that motor 1 or motor 2, what will happen is it will pull the lid open first, and then if you keep pressing it, it will now pull the card selection out. As soon as that selection comes out, like that, they can now everything, well, this card is examinable. The deck isn't, but then again, the trick's over. You know, people are going to be reacting to what's just happened. Again, if it's on stage, you don't need to have it examined. You can leave it just there. If you are surrounded, you can just pick this up and place it in your pocket. And that is it. I'm going to show you the variation of how you would do this by shuffling the cards as well. I'm going to get some close-ups of this as well. So, hope you like it. Let's carry on. Just a really quick top tip so that the box will open. This is the box that I've used. As you can see, I've cut just the top off there, and I've also cut these ends off. I'll just show you the difference between a normal pack. So that's the normal one there, and as you can see, I've just cut off the round bit, and I've also cut these little tabs off. Okay, and the reason why I do that is because when the pack of cards is trying to get out, that little lip catches and it struggles to actually open. So if you actually just cut it there, it will open really easy. And again, because these are cut away, it makes it a lot easier. So that's just a little top tip. Make sure you do that. So this is a variation on the Rising Phoenix. The difference with this one is that you can have the card shuffled and you can have a card selected and signed. It's near enough the same, but instead of having the gimmick in the box, you've got the gimmick on the table from the very beginning, and then you're putting the gimmick inside of the box. So let me show you what I mean. So I've done exactly the same thing, just like I showed you in the other video. This is 2 cards, okay? And I've got, so I'll just open this up just so you can see it. So this is my putty in the middle, and I've taken a joker, and I think a joker is a really good card to use because it looks like you've taken the jokers out. So all I do is I leave the gimmick on the table, and you can even have the other joker, if you want, on top of it. Then all you're doing is you're having a card selected. You can have these cards shuffled, obviously. So you have a card selected, let's say it's going to be the 10 of diamonds. Let them sign that card, and all I'm doing is I'm placing the deck on top of there and collecting everything. So I can collect everything like this, and then I just place that inside of the box. So that goes inside of there, like so. So the gimmick is exactly the same position, it's now at the front, and all I've got to do is place that inside of the glass. Also, I will say is this glass is probably too big. This is a gin glass, but what would be really nice is a large red wine glass that will hold the deck really tight. So all I've got to do is place that card inside of the middle of the deck. I mean, that's it. You know, we've got our motor, we've got it turned on, we've got it in position between 4 and 5. Because this is live, you can obviously move this around. You know, you can move the tension on it. So we'll keep on number 5 for now. Place in the back pocket. This is all ready to go. Take the signed card, place it inside of the box, directly in the middle of the cards. That goes shut. We just shut the lid like that, and that's it. We're ready to go. You could even have someone hold that box. You don't technically need the glass. They can literally hold the pack, and everything will work the same. The thread is coming from the top. So they can hold the pack like this. So yeah, you can do that. Also, you don't have to have the reel in the wallet. If you wanted to, that reel could be in your top pocket and they could be holding the box and have the card fly out. You can do it that way. So there's lots of different variations of this. So we'll place it on the side of there. And all we've got to do is take our controller. Again, what I like about this, because it's not attached to me, I can be anywhere. I can go into the audience. I can sit with the audience while this happens. As soon as I press motor 1, that box will open. So, boom, look at that. That's a little bit too strong, so I'm going to move it down a little bit. And if we just do that, you can have it flinch a little bit more, and then eventually jump out. You can even leave it like that, and then just pick the card up and turn it around. It's entirely up to you. So that is the Rising Phoenix. Remember, you could have something covering it as well. It'll still work. So that's the Rising Phoenix. I hope you enjoy it. And play around with it. Play around with the different variations and see which one works best for you. So thank you very much. Let's move on. You know the position of the reel, which is inside of here. You know how to get the thread with your fingers and to get the pen at the same time. That's in there. Also, we have this off, but we have it in the off position. We've got it also in the live position, and I've put it to around 2.5. 2.5 would be good. 3 might be a little bit too strong, and the card may fly over, but that's good. Even if that happens, that's great. But we'll put it into the 3 position, and I'm going to place that to my back pocket, because what we're going to do is in a second, once the card's cut on the ITR mode, which is the loop mode, I'm going to turn it on, which will cut the ITR mode out. I'm going to hit both of these motors at the exact same time, which will make the card fly out, okay? There's also an option not to do that either. You don't have to use the controller. I'll show you in just a second. So let's go through the choreography with the red hookup. So, first of all, it looks like this. You have a card selected, okay? They have a look at the card. In this instance, it's the 5 of clubs. Now, what you're going to do is you're going to go in to your pocket, grab the thread with your middle finger and your thumb, at the same time pinching the pen as well. So in here, taking out everything, which looks like this, all right? And then you can easily just turn your thumb round and revolve it round. So now it's on your thumb. Hand them the pen. They will sign the card. I then take the card back, and if there's other spectators there, I'll say also everyone else have a look at the card. I'll say, could you examine the glass, make sure it's okay? And this is what I'm doing. This is the hookup. Right? I'm coming down here. Now remember, this is taut, so it's nice and tight, but it's in ITR mode. Okay? And what will happen is, I'm just going to come here and place it there, and this will be, again, this will be tight, this will be like this, and all I'm doing is pinching. Don't worry about the top thread, because that will be going up here like that, and then that bottom one will be, so this is exactly what it will look like. Okay, so it's a lot easier. I'll just put this down for a second. It's a lot easier just to come along and grab that first one. Okay, so I'll show you what this looks like now. So that's the position you're in. Keep it like this, like that. So it's really simple. You're just holding that bottom thread. You take the deck back, and there's lots of different ways that you could do this. I prefer just to do that like this. You could easily just lift up the deck and place it in. So I like to pick the deck up, do this, and go about halfway, place that in to the deck, and all you're doing is you're just pushing it in. Also, sometimes the thread might be like this. That's fine. What I do, you might be able to see it. The spectators won't. I just run my thumb. All I'm doing is, if that's like this, you might not know, but I just do that, and I just do that. Even if I can't see it, I'll just do this with my thumb. It just takes a second just to do it, just to bring it into the middle. You've practically nearly done. All you've got to do is put that inside the glass. So you place that in. You're going to angle it. Now, what I will say, this is a very large glass. Probably what's better is just like a large wine glass that will easily fit a deck. It still needs to be wide enough for the cards to cut. That's why we've chosen this glass. So obviously if the wine glass is too small, the cards aren't going to be able to spring open. So you place the cards in like so, like that, and you just move it. Now you can move this any way you want. Don't be afraid. Remember, it's in ITR mode, so that means that it can go in, it can go out, because it's always tight. It'll always be tight. Even if you want to bring it back, you can do. So we'll put it there, like that. Remember, the thread will be like this. And in your own time, you can move the glass back and forth, but once it is still, try not to move back and forth. But what you do is you bring your hand here, and what you do is you bring it there, and this is the movement. You're doing this. That is it. That's how it cuts. I'll show you one more time. Thumb, closing my 4 fingers. You don't have to pinch, but you can do if you want. You can pinch like that, and then you're bringing your hand here, and then you're just doing this. And it'll work every single time. You've got 2 options. You're at the end. You've got 2 options here. You've got number 1, you can use a controller, or number 2, you don't have to use a controller. If you don't want to use a controller, this is what you do. You bring your hand up like that, and you just keep going up, and then sort of back, and the card will jump out. It's not going to work with this wool, but it would do. Or if you want to use a controller, this is what we do. Place that back. There. All right. Now what we're going to do is this. We're going to use a controller. We're going to grab it because I have it magnetized on my back pocket. You can just have it in your back pocket or anywhere you like for that matter. So we grab it, and all we're going to do is we're going to turn it on. Now when we turn this on, it turns ITR mode off, which is the pulling system. It just turns it off and it goes straight into live mode. We've already set it at number 3, so all we've got to do is hit these 2 at the exact same time. And I mean just a tap like that. Do not press and hold. If you press and hold, what will happen is that because it's on 3, which is quite high, you could probably go to 2.5. If you want it to rise out slow, then go for 2 and it'll slowly rise out. You don't have to have it jump out fast. But don't press and hold, not on number 3, because it'll zip and it'll just snap because it's too fast. So it's just a tap like this. You could also get away with just pressing 1 or just pressing 2 to reel it in. It may work, you have to play around with that. So very simply, take it out, turn it on, you're in this position. What you do is, I would put my hand there. The reason why is because you're kind of helping the card out. If I do this and tap it, it will fly out, but it'll probably hit me in my face. So if I do this, it's going to aim for this area. What I will say is, because you're in live mode, what will happen is that this will probably be, I would say half of it would have definitely gone in. Half would have definitely gone in. But you might have a little bit more, and it won't be dangling, it'll probably just like a little, you won't even see it, it'll just be like scrunched up just there. Dead easy. Don't press it again. Go to number 1, so the lowest setting, just press them at the same time, and it'll just nicely all go in. Of course, if you're not using the controller and you're just using the ITR mode, you don't need to do anything. It'll just go back in itself and you'll be ready to go again. And that's it, let's move on. So this is the performance walkthrough for the Rising. So let's get into it. The first things first is you need a card to be selected. They can select any card they want. You can place a deck down, and all you're going to do is now I'm going to go inside of here, grab the thread, grab the pen. It's now on my thumb. Hand them the Sharpie. They are now going to sign the card. That's great. I can take the card back, keep your eyes fixed on the card. So actually, before you do anything, could you examine the glass? That gives me time to put this on here. Grab the bottom thread first, as you saw in the other video. I can run my thumb down and now clench both of them That's great. Got them here. Pick the cards up. Do this with one hand. That goes in. That's great. Got it both. Square it up. You can be loose with it. Put the cards in. Make sure they tilt to the back like this. You can then push the glass away from you. Now all I've got to do now is pinch the thread, and as I do it, I come here like this, and I'm using my finger and my thumb, like you know, and I sort of push it towards me, sort of pull like this, and the cards will cut. So watch. 3, 2, 1. Perfect. Now, what I noticed is I actually put the cards at the wrong angle on there when I did this. So that was a mistake by me. The cards should be like that. Also, this is quite a big glass. You might want to use a smaller one, maybe like a big wine glass, more than this is more like a gin glass. So you do this, cut, you see now it's perfect, it'll drop. I can then turn my machine on like this, and all I've got to do is hit these two at the same time. We'll make it fly off. So watch 3, 2, 1, like that. And now the card flies off onto the floor, onto the table, and they can examine it, and everything's examinable. The thread's on me, they can look at the cards. What I will say is the thread, I know you can't see it, but it's all sort of all jumbled up here. It's really simple. Put it to number 1, hit these both at the same time, and now it's all nice and clean and ready to go again. And that is the rising.